Run me my money. Run me my money. Run me my money. Yeah. Big bad money maker, working hard for all this paper. Check my stats, I'm kinda major. Can't nobody do it greater. I can make your body rock. I'm the boss, I call the shots. Doesn't matter what it costs, baby. No, I got it. I'm forever popping like the hot grease in the pan. Gotta make them understand. I don't never need no man. I'm a INDEPENDENT chick. Yeah, you haters think you slick. Got it all, never fall. I'm the one they always call. Spend a stack up at the mall. They say I'm the greatest, y'all. I bring all the flavor, yeah. I bring all the heat. If you ain't trying to get money, baby, you can have a seat, yeah. Run me my money. Yeah, run me my money. 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 Yeah, look, they don't want no smoke cause they know I got the vapor. Keeping all my jewelry on me tighter than a taper. I be on my ballin' tip harder than the Lakers. Do nothing for low, I don't do no favors. Came from the bottom, bustin' out the bag. I'm the girl you never had, never will and never have. All these suckers know I'm bad, know I'm lit. Make these haters wanna quit. I don't want no things you got, not even a little bit. Face pretty, game tight, make you get some act right. Play me once I catch a flight, money Himalaya height. Got no time to be polite, get these broke men out my sight. If you got the cash, baby, we can leave tonight, alright? Run me my money. Yeah, run me my money. 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 Run me my money.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Worlds 2022 live from the Hulu Theater at Madison Square Garden. 8 teams have successfully passed the group stage and are now fighting to hoist the Summoners Cup. Today we're starting things off in our first quarterfinal with the LEC's final home, their Summer Champions Rogue, facing off against the LPL champions in JDG. I'm Dash. Today I'm joined by Dagda, Emily, and Kadril here on the desk to break down all of the action, pre, during, and post. We also have a birthday. Let's kick things off with the birthday wishes. Emily, whose birthday is it?
It's Trimby's birthday.
It's Trimby's birthday.
Happy birthday, Trimby! Woo!
Happy birthday, Trimby! Mark, is that a good sign?
Yeah, it's a good sign. Birthday wish, birthday buff, baby. That's what I'm saying.
There it is. There it is. We're putting all of the eggs in the birthday basket. But before we talk about today's quarterfinal, it's always good to recap the group stage, and we're going to do so by talking about some superlatives, some awards that we would like to hand out based on group stage performances. So our first award of the evening will be for Most Outstanding Player of Groups. Now, each of my analysts here are going to write down onto their whiteboards the player that they think is most deserving of this title, and we'll work through them one at a time. So I'm going to go to Kadril first, I believe, for the reveal of who he thinks is the most outstanding player.
Zeka. I think this guy is absolutely smurfing on DRX. I never expected DRX to even get out of groups in the first place, let alone just go undefeated through planes and dominate the group stage. I think he's having a fantastic tournament. In the LCK, he was a little bit quiet. He was still performing very well, but he's overshadowed by names like, Chovy, Faker, Showmaker. Zeka's name never really went into that pool, but now here at Worlds, he's playing Chef's kiss.
I can't get over these tunes.
I know, right? It's very jazzy.
It's pretty
in
great.
here.
You're loving it. Loving it. All right. So a nod for Zeka, who, yes, has impressed us, rather, from playing through groups and now here in the quarterfinal stage. But next, I've got to go to my boy at the end, Dagda. Who are you giving it to?
I'm going to go with my boy Ming. I'm going to give it across. I think he's been absolutely instrumental to the success of RNG.
Is that an RNG?
Yeah,
It is a little orangey up on top. But the big thing is when you look towards Ming, the resurgence that he's had now that we're actually able to get him back onto engaged champions has been absolutely outstanding. Getting out of that bot lane so consistently, playing towards mid lane, playing towards top side, getting these early leads for RNG. It feels like we've got a very big step up for RNG over the course of this tournament, and it feels like the main proponent of that has been Ming in that bot side.
All right. And from here, we move on over to Emily to see who she has chosen. And it goes to Canyon.
Yeah, so as everyone knows, I've kind of been on the Damwon Kia hype train for a little bit. And I think it all starts with Canyon. I think, obviously, during LCK season, a lot of people were like, oh man, he feels like he is forcing some plays, maybe looking poor compared to the massive expectations that he's built up over the years, but he has been absolutely phenomenal at this tournament. It is a fantastic meta for him as well, and one of the reasons why I think Damwon looks so strong right now is absolutely because of how well Canyon's been
And
playing.
you never want to face a Canyon that's firing on all cylinders. I know that much. From a few individuals to some individual games, let's move on to our second award of the evening, this one for most outstanding game of groups. So just one individual game I'm looking for from each of my analysts. Kadril, would you like to write yours down here?
Yeah, I forgot that after. Right?
Kadril just standing there rubbing his hands together, waiting for the
I
responses.
had to write it on my little whiteboard.
Okay. Well, we already got the reveal on this end from Emily, so it feels natural to start with her. You're going with Damwon versus JDG.
Ooh, good choice.
First game.
Yeah, so these two teams played each other more than a few times. I absolutely love the play that's coming up. You can watch Yagao make this amazing play here. But this game was actually so back and forth. There were situations where Damwon kept coming back despite some deficiencies in their composition into JDG. And it was just at this point in time, and also lasting throughout the group stage, one of the best single games I think we saw.
I think that's the thing for me is how early on in the group stage that game occurred, and how it continued to carry that kind of weight throughout the rest of the group stage. Everyone was like, we'd see another good game, and it's like, yeah, but that Damwon JDG game one, though, probably still best game in the tournament, right?
Or game 3.
Oh, there we go.
Game 3.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. But it took till game 3 to maybe get one that would, kind of rival it.
Yeah, that's where I was looking. I thought the last one was absolutely spectacular between these two teams because you get to see Duckdam going on towards his Ophelio, something that he's had a standout performance on throughout his career. Then you look and finally getting to see how strong 369 can be, hard carrying for JDG from that top side. It felt like we got to see both these teams firing on all cylinders, and it was an absolutely spectacular game to finish off the group with.
The other thing for me, yes, about game 3 is the fact that it was a tiebreak, right? So it had that extra bit of meaning in that the two teams were actually fighting for first place.
Listen up, I love high-level League of Legends.
Of course.
But sometimes you got to get down in the trenches when it gets real messy.
Yeah.
So that's why I chose Top Esports versus GAM, because that was one of the games where I remembered why I loved this game, because they were so close to ending. It was all the smallest things that could have pushed Top Esports to a tiebreaker to get out of the game, but it's GAM that saved the Nexus on such a low health bar. It was very back and forth in the mid to late game. Top Esports steal an Elder Dragon. You sit up on your chair and you're like, oh my god, they're going to do it. They're hitting the Nexus. You're saying no way in your own head, and then GAM just turn it around, ace them, and take the game and knock them out of Worlds.
Absolutely.
That was the worst game of this tournament.
I love it. I love the whole thing.
My man, we were losing our minds.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole arena was going nuts in that moment, and for us to be able to just sit on this platform and enjoy that moment along with everybody, it was special to say the least, and one of the biggest surprises of the tournament, I think, to many. That, of course, brings us to the knockout stage. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how things stand. We only have 8 teams remaining in the tournament, and we're going to start at the top of the table. JDG versus Rogue. That's the series we're taking a look at today. Of course, the other 3 series, Sport T1 against Royal Never Give Up, Gen G against Damwon Kia, and DRX against EDG on the lower half of the bracket. What a bracket. What a bracket. I was at home, or in the hotel rather, watching the draw stage. It felt good to see these matchups get drawn. I feel like we were blessed with RNG in a way here.
We were blessed. This is one of the quarterfinals that you just look at and you're like, there's so many powerhouses. And then, of course, what you start doing is you start simulating. You're like, well, if T1 wins or if RNG wins, and, you know, if JDG wins, maybe we get T1 versus JDG, Zeus versus 369. You know, it's got this excitement for semifinals.
You could get lost in like an hour-long discussion about the different possibilities of the way that the bracket plays out. But at the end of the day, it's up to the teams on the stage to determine that for us. So let's talk a little bit about Rogue versus JDG. Now, there's some history between these two teams, actually, which I think might surprise some who aren't as keen of viewers. This is a rematch from 2020 Worlds Group Stage, in which JDG came out on top 2-0 in their best of ones.
Yeah, and I mean, at this Worlds, I think people kind of forget because later on, JDG did fall in quarterfinals to fellow LPL team Suning, but they were in the same group, and JDG, of the teams, I don't know if you're going to agree with this, Rob, but of the teams at this tournament, I actually thought they, not Suning, were the most suited to the meta that developed. So they performed well in groups, and it was very surprising to actually see them lose later on in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and that's why I think this series today is going to mean a lot for JDG as well, trying to bypass the unfortunate things that happened to them in quarterfinals with Suning. This has been such an important game for them to try and not only overcome Rogue once more, but get themselves towards that semifinals.
And the rosters look a lot different if you fast forward a couple of years, right? Inspired, Finn, Vander, the Hansama, these are all old school Rogue players. Now you've got just Larson remaining from that roster, and on vice versa for JDG, it's just Kanavi and Yagao who are back. So 3 players out of 10 from those teams playing up against each other in the group.
A few years is all you need to see a heck of a lot of change within the league ecosystem, but a few of those mainstay names still here to do battle on the World's stage. Now for Rogue, though, if we kind of hone in on their storyline, Pedro, a lot of the talk has been about the fact that they're always the bridesmaid, never the bride, until this year getting that first seed out of the LEC.
I mean, the images on your screen just show it all. Hands on the head for 2 years straight. Failure after failure after failure, getting knocked down by Mad, getting knocked down by Fnatic, then getting knocked down in Spring by G2 in the finals. They've come so close every single time. Consistent regular seasons, look like the favorites into playoffs, then they bomb out and lose up against some kind of powerhouse like Fnatic or G2, right? This year's different. 2022 summer, they actually finally lifted that trophy. And all those years of failure, every single time they got back up, now they really threw a very deadly punch and managed to lift the title.
This moment was so cathartic, and listening to them afterwards was so cathartic, especially Odo, the hunt for that LEC title, like everyone behind him. It was really, really cool to see them shed not just this kind of runner-up or like always the bridesmaid, never the bride, but this idea that they were always going to kind of flop when it mattered, right? Because they do so well in the regular season, and then people will be like, well, I don't trust Rogue in best of fives, they're kind of bad guys. True. And so to see them shed that was just really cool to watch.
Right, Danny, and how cool that all that happened, and it didn't just stop at, oh, we got the first seed out of the LEC. They went a step further, and they're the only Western team to make it to a quarterfinal. And so to continue to build on that success has been incredible to watch.
Yeah, and it feels like it's the year of the Rogue, right? The fact that you end up winning that first seed for the first time, and now you're getting out of groups for the first time as well. It feels like this is the time to rally behind Rogue and really see that this is a very different team for this organization. This is
the year of Rogue. Hey, he's on the hype train.
Let's be honest, though, Rogues are always overpowered, at least in PvP. So I'm not so sure about that one.
Permanently stuck.
That's it, man. That's the life of us healers. Okay, so, but when it comes to history, actually, for players on Rogue as well, it still doesn't stop there. It's been very cool to see that last time in North America, Odo Omnit was here. He made it all the way to a semifinal, 2016.
Yeah, and I think this was the group where HDK beat EDG in the tiebreaker, then drew Albus Nox Luna in the quarters.
Yes.
Went on into the semis. Now, of course, they lost in the semifinals, but this was in the States. This was, you know, look at the names on the roster, you know, Yankos, Forgiven, Ryu, big throwback there. But now you fast forward 6 years and we're in the exact same area, the exact same country, in the exact same scenario where they're sitting in the quarterfinals and Odo could get back to his semifinals.
That would be pretty sweet. If he could, of course, to do it, he'll have to take down JDG. So let's talk about this squad, Dagda. There's quite a bit of history here as well, if we go back to 2020.
Yeah, I mean, for JDG, it was heartbreak back in 2020, where they end up losing to Suning in the quarterfinals, and especially when this was the team, as Emily alluded to earlier, felt like the best suited to play this style of meta, right? It was farming junglers, let's set up for a big carry in Kanavi, let's try and play through this, but they couldn't really get to grips with how they felt in the quarterfinals. Even when you go and look at some of the vlogs that they did after that quarterfinals, they just felt like the team synergy wasn't there. They felt like they couldn't understand how they actually wanted to try and play their style of the game. So coming back in then, now after failing last year in 2021 to actually get towards Worlds, this is the first time we're going to see them come back with a very different look to this roster, with a lot of people that have a very big chip on their shoulder in this style as well. I think JDG have a lot to prove.
Yeah, I'm so glad you touched upon that, because I love running down like every single player and why they might have a chip on their shoulder, right? Like 369 blamed for a lot of what happened with Top Esports previously. You have Kanavi, who kind of came out of the Griffin situation, found his new home. Yaga, who's lived in the shadow of Night pretty much his entire career since they are friends and they came up together on the same internet cafe team. Hope, who just as it looked like he was doing well in EDG, had a pneumothorax, then was replaced by Viper. And Missing, who's also lived in the shadow of these big name supports like Ming, who you mentioned, like Mako. So it's kind of, they're such a really fun team when you think about their individual player narratives as well.
Yeah, especially when you look at Missing as well. He was called the Never Crowned Prince in WE because he was supposed to be the one that came in on WE to kind of replace the era of Xie, but had to move away to JDG to get his first crown. So it's a very much a tall story for a lot of these guys.
Yeah, and you speak of Hope being replaced by Viper. The same thing happened to Comp last year. He was on Vitality 2021 spring, got removed after a couple of weeks for, I think it was Crown Shot who came in. Lots of doubt around this player, but Comp was just a player who was multiple times rank 1, sitting really high on the ladder, like a promising player, but he never showed up to the LEC stage. Vitality wanted a leader, then he comes to Rogue in 2022, and he is showing up.
I love that we've brought up those two names, Comp and Hope, though, right? Because we've talked a lot about what was. Now it's time to talk about what is for these teams. And with a couple of those fresh faces, they're trying to take, or rather improve, kind of their organizational histories this year at Worlds. Speaking of, Shox was able to speak to Comp and what it's been like here after the quarterfinals draw in the Verizon postgame interview. Let's take a look.
I'm here with Comp remotely, and of course, first thing I have to ask Comp is JDG, first matchup. What are your thoughts?
I mean, honestly, I don't know if it's because it's my first Worlds or whatsoever, but I don't really, no matter what the result would be, I wouldn't really mind, because I actually think this is really stacked, like the whole quarterfinals, all the teams that are first seed. So even if we didn't get it, JDG and we got like T1 or even, which one is the other one? Gen Z, right? So
yeah, RGE
I think
have gotten.
Yeah, exactly. My reaction would be honestly the same. I think all of those teams have a chance of going really far, right? So, I mean, in the end, if we want to have a chance or whatsoever, we need to beat everyone, right? So why not start from quarters?
I like that. You would indeed need to beat some formidable opponents in this half of the bracket. When it comes to JDG, though, they have been a team that has been touted at maybe being the best team at Worlds. Of course, favorites can get knocked out, right? So what is it going to take for you to make that upset happen in the first quarterfinal?
I mean, for sure, I think we kind of have to improve our drafting. I think this week 2, people kind of figure out the way we're drafting in week 1. So we for sure have to step that up for the best of 5. And I'm pretty sure we will be able to, because I think specifically on many roles, we have a lot of flexible players and a lot of flexible picks. So we'll for sure find a way to match them in the best of 5.
Okay, and of course I have to ask, yesterday the mood was at an all-time low. I'm speaking now right after you ended the group, of course, because of the way everything happened. So I want to check in with you now, because I think the sentiment that you've seen as well, hopefully by now, is that you did what had to be done to get out of the group, right? So are you starting with a new slate from this moment on?
For sure, after week's 2 games, basically, I think everyone's mood was a bit down, but I think especially after a day off that we all had, I think we'll just charge up and go into the next week in full hard mode, right? And just make sure we are the most prepared we can be, right, to face in best of 5.
Yeah, I want to see that monster comp we saw in Sweden and in the first week of group. So the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
And we'll get to what some of that prep might look like coming into the matchup against JDG, but I do want to talk about their group stage, because you heard Comp say it himself. After a very surprising to many 3-0 first week, that was built on what they felt like was strong drafting, good identity. Maybe they got figured out a little bit in week 2.
Yeah, they did, definitely. I mean, blue side was what was working for them, and blue side picking early game jungle, tank top, control mage mid, aggressive bot like Calistolution. This was the formula for success for Rogue. What broke them was going on red side. When you go to week 2, I think they had a couple, if not all 3 games on red side, and I feel like Rogue's a team that doesn't they can't use counterpick very well. Odoamne won't counterpick you with a big carry. Larson will always play a mage. Malrang's early rotating jungle. And in the current meta, you have to early rotate AD. So the only real role that I think on Rogue that you can counterpick with on red side is support. But the Nasus didn't work out. The Rumble carry top didn't work out. You had Larson on things like the LeBlanc. I feel like blue side is their bread and butter.
And that's the thing. The formula that I've kind of looked at for Rogue is like, hey, we're going to get Comp and Trimmy ahead. They're going to be our bridge to the late game because we've got our late game control mage with Larson in the mid lane. We've got a mega tank for Odo. Like, that's our game for the later stages. But I think what we've seen is because they're going for this like Rumble Jarvan top side, well, now we are going for Skirmish's top side. We're not actually playing into Comp and Trimmy on the bot side. You look towards the drafts that we've seen coming through with like the Nasus trying to counteract the Heimerdinger. They just couldn't get that same level of control on the bot side of the map, which meant they weren't stacking dragons. They weren't playing a lot for that early game through bot side to lend to the later portion, and they just fell too quickly, too far behind.
And for me, it's actually a little bit also about execution, right? Because I actually really liked some of their picks on red side. In particular, I did like the Karma Ezreal into the Caitlyn Lux because that lane does push. Took TP to have really good control over that wave, but then that lane did not go so well after they get chunked out and then shoved to turret. So in some cases as well, it was a lot about execution. And to your point, Dagda, the fact that Malrang actually wasn't able to get and affect that bot lane as much as Rogue probably would have.
And you saw the stats on your screen, right? The absolute contrast, stark difference from a winning early game to a losing an early game. When you're up against a powerhouse like JDG, who goes a little bit slow in the early stages of the game, but their mid to late game is so crisp, and this is such a team fight focused team.
I was gonna say, I'm glad you mentioned the slow early because their early stats versus kind of them later on in the game there's very disparate, right? Like when you look at JDG, you think, oh man, like they can't keep getting away with it with some of these team fights. I think JDG's strength, in addition to team fighting and skirmishing, is their cross-map ability and their ability to recognize when they can pick things up, even when they are losing something in the early game.
Yeah, and they've just been so incredibly decisive when it comes to team fights as well, right? You look at some of those games where, you know, one person is sitting mid, immediately they all run bot side to collapse on the 4 people that are left. So definitely JDG have taken a step up and are very cognizant of how, when, and how aggressive they can be at any point in time when it gets past that mid game.
But that's why, Kedro, I'm very excited for this matchup if both teams are in optimal form, right? Because we talk about that week 1 version of Rogue, which was building pretty astronomical early leads, and you contrast that to the stats we saw for JDG, up to 14 minutes. That is, I think, what needs to happen for Rogue to come away in this series.
Yeah, and we'll talk about it a little bit later on in the show, but early game is everything for Rogue. You saw there JDG, maybe not the strongest early game because they're so mid to late game focused around team fights. Rogue's big capitalization points will be the early stages of the game.
Especially when you look at Hope and Missy and haven't been having the best of times. It feels like you're kind of being bailed out by the top side of the map for JDG. If Malrang is able to affect that bot lane like he wants to, that could be a big pressure point.
When we talk early game, we're looking at the bot lane for Rogue to get it done. But while that's all happening on the bot side of the map, it's going to be up to Odo to hold strong and fast in the top lane. It's up to him to go toe-to-toe with the Titanic top laner of the LPL in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Odoamne versus 369. For our lane-featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, we are looking at 2 teams that are perfect opposites in how they use their top lane. Quite a few analysts and players would say that 369 is not only the best top laner in the tournament, but the best top laner in the world.
Canyon gonna disengage pretty well against the melee bash pro. There's 369 now stuck in the team fight. Tries to dash away, but there's so much damage on him. Leona builds some space. 369 still doesn't die, and they find the dive. Kellen could be next. Still, 369 will not be killed. Aatrox in the bottom river. The LPL makes it happen again.
With talent like this on your team, it's no wonder that JDG focus on playing around him. In contrast, you have Odoamne, a veteran player known to many as the weak side king, for his ability to suffer through unending top lane harassment so that others on his team can get the support they need.
A flash away, but here's big Meganar, finds his stun, gets the combo. Style stays alive for a second, but not any longer than that. Say goodbye to GAM Esports in this game because Rogue is here.
I appreciate each and every one of you's support. It's been a tough year for EU and also NA at Worlds so far. At the same time, we're like, all you guys have left. So yeah, we're gonna do our work. We're gonna prep this week really hard, and we're gonna bring back the Rogue that stormed and swept the whole of LEC.
Behind that stoic mask and cutting humor, we've seen the emotion and passion that this man puts on the line every time he steps up to the plate. But when passion is matched with passion by a player that has talent to spare, who really comes out on top?
都到这儿了，就现在回去有点太可惜了。
I'm so excited about this top lane matchup. I love both of these top laners. As people know, I've loved 369 since he was in Demacia Cup. I think he's actually become a much more well-rounded player since then. I know they're going to point out a lot of his carry potential, but you know he's also good on like the Ornn. We saw his Sedge, which was a little shaky early on, came back in team fights. And then Odo, there's this really cool anecdote I heard from the last time he was actually at MSG, where he would always say to his team, like, it's okay if I take the weak side of this matchup because it means someone else in the team gets the strong side. So he kind of always has been this player. And when we talk about people who actually do well on weak side, it's what they contribute later. It's not just losing in lane gracefully.
Yeah, and I think what you'll see Rogue do to kind of band-aid that top lane situation of picking a weak side champ is Malrang will always go top early, level 1 to 5, try to get his flash or force his TP on the first 5 or 6 waves. And that'll make it so Odo has a blanket TP advantage that he can decide when he wants to base, when he wants to TP back and just take bad trades if he has to.
And Dagda, just to go macro for another quick second, when we talk top laners on this half of the bracket, it doesn't just stop with Odoamne and 369. We got a bunch of titanic top laners here.
It's absolutely absurd when you look at it, right? 369 versus Odo to kick things off, but then we got Zeus versus Breeds tomorrow as well. It feels like for so many of these top laners trying to prove that they are the best at this tournament, this is the gauntlet. This is what you have to try and run through to prove that you deserve to be at the top of your game. And I mean, I am so excited to see not only the matchups that we have today and tomorrow, but how that's going to pan out as well as the rest of this tournament goes on.
Well, and again, just stylistically, that's what intrigues me so much about this, because you heard everybody talking about it. For Odoamne, it's about how much pressure can he absorb on behalf of his team. But by the same token, how much pressure can 369 exert up there in the top lane while everything else is happening across the map? We'll know soon enough, but there are, of course, more factors to this equation. When you talk top laners, it's never just in isolation. As much as top laners might complain that they live on an island, every once in a while, someone visits that island.
Jungle role. Everyone either loved it or they hate it, and I think most people hate it. We're going to look at the champions shared here by both these junglers and champions that they don't so much share. So Malrang, of course, we know, huge Jarvan Trundle player, early game focused. Team fighting towards level 6 with Vi and Lee Sin a little bit more, but just full early game centric. And Kanavi is the one jungler I look at in this tournament and I say, you are never locking in a tank, buddy. You're a carry jungler through and through for life, and you can see it on the damage per minute. You can see how much Kanavi brings and how much Malrang sacrifices to try to get his team ahead.
I think that has been the biggest difference that we've seen from Kanavi, though, back in 2020, is that he can actually bring out things like the Lee Sin and play a little bit more 4 lanes, but he has fallen back into this carry style with things like the Viego in particular being incredibly strong, and you can see it there. Damage percent, go percent, crazy high. His jungle proximity isn't anywhere near as high as Malrang's, though, because Malrang, as we look at, you know, the Jarvans wanting to get in, wanting to get these lanes ahead, especially on that bottom side.
The gold percent is what really does it for me. Again, just talking about the resources that each of these players is ultimately working with. But to understand a little bit better the approach of both of these junglers, or more specifically Malrang, Emily is going to give us some insight on Malrang in this edition of State Farm Neighborhood Tactics. A little combo, though,
it's
with
actually
K-Throw.
not just me. Yeah, when you get me and K-Throw on a desk together, if we could stay paused for a minute. When you get me and K-Throw on a desk, they're not going to pause it. Okay.
Ooh, there it is.
We'll just pause it so we can go over what actually happened here. So Malrang is actually heading up towards his top side. He's already done Blue, Gromp, and Wolves. There actually is a ping that goes down at 243 for a potential wraparound. And what you should be watching here is that they're aware that Zeka is about to turn level 3, which is where this flash play comes in.
Yeah, so if we could just roll the clip from here onwards, Malrang doesn't go over to Raptors instantly. He's kind of cautious around Larson, who just used his W forwards, knows he has no mobility. And as you highlighted, when he gets to level 3, Zeka wants to find the all-in. Has to flash away there because of the Q. So now Malrang's pathing gets a little bit interesting. So he puts a ward there for Larson, just to give him some topside vision so he can hug that side of the lane. goes towards his Raptors, then goes to red, but then he backtracks down to bot side.
Yeah, and I think there is actually a really bad trade that happens on this bot side where I believe Trimby is the one who catches a light binding and they actually get pushed all the way back to turret. And now he recognizes and is actually going to come either try to reset the lane or go for Scuttle, which does not end up panning out because Pioshik is already level 4. And so Malrang quickly realizes that he cannot take this fight after scrapping with him a bit. However, look at the state of the top lane because that is completely shoved in, and that's where Malrang can recognize that he can go next.
Yeah, a lot of junglers here maybe look to base, go Krugs into Crab. He's very low HP, so maybe the comms there is basically Lee Sin's really low. He's never going to go towards top side. He's probably going to base and come, so you have like a 10 to 15 second window where Kingen will trade aggressively to try to crash the wave. But joke's on you, Malrang actually a little bit greedy on that bot side, didn't have Smite, manages to heal up on the Crab top side, and Kingen doesn't really have anywhere to go, manages to get the first blood despite showing bot around 15-20 seconds ago. So a little bit of a time window there where Malrang thinks he can capitalize on by the enemy team thinking that he's going to base.
I mean, just an incredible way to play around lane states, right? Like such an awareness of what the trends are, what's actually the idea of playing off of the knowledge of a level 3 and aggressive push by a mid laner is just next level.
And that's the thing that's really impressed me about Malrang throughout this entire year, right? Is how he recognizes when he can go to his lanes, what the wave state is, and also that he can make these plays by using these timing windows that K-Drill pointed out, where you might make the assumption, oh, he's low, he took this bad trade and fighting over a Scuttle kind of greedily, he's probably going to back.
Just under 2 minutes to go till game time. It's everybody's favorite time. Time for predictions. First, let's take a look at what the fans have to say. The MasterCard fan prediction, and this one's actually a pretty close margin.
Hey, not too bad. I like that.
A slight favorite towards JDG, which I obviously think is reasonable. What?
Why is the fan prediction rate back up to 100%?
Because they, well,
oh, that's a good question. That's because that is false. That is very false. Fans have definitely been wrong a few times. They've been right more times than they've been wrong, so I'll still give them that here at the World
It's false because Rogue's going to win.
Ah, there it is. Okay, so we know what the fans think. Very close margin. It's time to see what my analysts think. So let's go down the line. Let's hear from the three of you. Who's going to take this one and in how many games? The first of 4 quarterfinals. Oh!
Leaked!
Leaked! You might as well throw it up then.
Yeah.
Let's just go for it. So Emily actually is calling a close series between JDG.
I actually think this is going to be a very, like, dirty series.
Dirty?
Yeah. Like, I think both teams are going to get in there.
I love it.
I don't think it's going to be clean.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, if Malrang is on Jarvan, there's no way it's a clean game because you're going to get action right out the gate for sure. But K-Drill over here, full homer. Full homer stats.
I've done loads of notes. All the analysts, everyone on social media thinks that JDG is going to win. You know what I say? Fuck the analysts. Fuck all of the stats and all the notes that you've written down. This is my last European team, and you got to support them. A little bit of hope.
There it is. A little bit or a lot of bit? I'm not sure.
Emily brought me a little bit of comfort toothpaste, my little bit of comfort Yago. So I'm going to go 3-0 JDG. I am fully on board with the JDG.
All right, you're giving no chances to the Western
not
team.
Even a little.
Well, what a slate of predictions
here.
All that says to me is we have no idea what to expect, but the teams are ready. So fans at home, you can predict your pick'ems at LoL Esports. Let's get down to the games.
JDG 将会迎战 Rogue。
East versus West. EU versus the world. This is the classic story of David versus Goliath.
来自 L 票的王者，面对欧洲最后的希望。
This
story of Rogue flipping off the naysayers. They weren't supposed to beat G2 to win the LEC, but they did. They weren't supposed to get out of groups, but they did.
You saw what happened to everyone who doubted us. I do not recommend doing the same.
而现在 ，Rogue 将再次向看似不可能的目标发起冲击，那就是战胜强大的JDG。任何阻止他们的尝试都将是徒劳。
即使我们身上有很多压力，但是压力才会激发出最强的我们，这就是京东。京东会给大家带来一场非常血腥的比赛。
We will show the East why Rogue is to be feared. We're here to shock the world.
Say goodbye because Rogue is here.
我们会击碎 EO 最后的希望。
Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Raise it to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far. We'll start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Raise it to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far. We'll start walking.
Taking the next step on the road to glory. Please welcome our first quarterfinalists, Rogue! Malrang! Larson! Comp! And Trimby! Give it up for Rogue! Squaring off against Europe's best in today's best of 5 is the #1 squad from China's LPL NYC. Let's hear it for JDG! 369! Kanavi! Yagao! Hope! And missing! The LPL Summer Champions, JDG! Players and fans around the globe, let's hear it one more time as we kick off the knockout stage. Rogue versus JDG!
Welcome everybody, it's time for some quarterfinals. Rogue and JDG are ready to take the stage, ready to take the rift, and ready to take the plunge into a battle that'll leave only one left standing. I'm Captain Flowers. I'm joined by Kobe and Vedius here for this best of 5 today. Gentlemen, I hope it's gonna be blood.
I'm expecting it to be just that, Flowers. JDG are known for their oppression and team fighting, and we'll see if Rogue can match what they were able to show in week 1 of the group stages. Already, we're in the pick and ban. Ornn immediately going to be taken away from Odoamne. We expect the Maokai to be shortly followed.
Exactly. JDG attacking the recipe for success that Rogue have used to get to this point.
attacking Otoame, those tanks for the top lane, whittling down on them very quickly here. The Gnar and the Gragas are the two other big options for him if Rogue wants to stick to that battle plan, though.
Exactly. Getting rid of those tanks, making Odo be less comfortable in the top lane, seemed to be something that teams had figured out about Rogue in between week 1 and week 2. Fans cheering as Yuumi is banned out. That champion. Medic will not need to tweet about Yuumi, at least for the first game today. But we do have that Aatrox, the Ornn, the Maokai, like you were talking about. Caitlyn also been a top priority for a lot of teams throughout this tournament, showing up at the ban phase a lot. Banned out here as the last one in the first phase for JDG.
I feel like Silas may very well be, and as I say, it immediately gets locked in. I think removing that from Yagao makes a lot of sense. Now, Azir being up and available, of course, you do run the risk of handing this over to Yagao. Rogue have to have known and be prepared for this, because not only is it giving it to Yagao, it's also taking it away from Larssen, one of his most comfortable champions. The question is, what will his answer to the champion be?
Yeah, and just one of the most popular for the tournament overall. One thing they could be thinking for JDG is that they'll let the Azir go through and counter it with an Akali pick from Yagao. One of the counters is still up there for him to pick. They could also go with Victor to match scaling. That is not looking for the kill counter, though.
All right, well, we've got that Azir locked in for Rogue, locked in for Larssen here. The other pick in the first round of the draft for Rogue here is the Lucian. 71% win rate on this champion world so far.
And instantly the answer here, the Aphelios Lulu, the popular counter pick into the Lucian Nami. It hasn't had quite as much success since those nerfs to Lulu, though, especially the early lane phase for the Lucian Nami has just been outstanding.
But it seems that JDG have come in very prepared. They know exactly what Rogue was going to do, and they've secured a first half of the draft that they seem very comfortable with, giving Kanavi something that gives him a lot of agency, a little bit more scaling, a lot more threat later into the game. We now just need to see a little bit more initiation and utility to come from this team, because remember, they've removed both Ornn and Maokai, and in a draft like this, you would expect 369 to be bringing those engaged tools to give JDG the options to start fights.
And you have to start thinking about Malrang champion pool as well. You expect, since no jungle was picked up for Rogue, you know, something like the Jarvan does find its way here. Malrang has simply been too impactful with this champion on these early ganks, and there it is, kind of the no-brainer for JDG.
Exactly. Get rid of one of those engagers, get rid of one of those playmakers. Victor banned away. That was one of the champions you suggested, talking about if you want to scale next to him. Well, you're not going to be able to do that this time around. Will Rogue also ban out the Akali, the other champion that was suggested as an answer here into giving away the Azir?
They could let it through because Yagao only has 2 lifetime games on Akali. That never means that a player is not able to pull the champion out, but it does lower a bit sometimes the pick and ban priority on it, as far as a best of 5 as well, feeling out JDG and seeing if Yagao is in the state right now where he feels comfortable picking it.
And the last ban of the second half here, another one looking at Otoamne, the Gnar banned out here.
But I think that with Sejuani still open, this becomes the best pick for Rogue right now. When they need to, it's debatable. It depends if they want to try and give counter to Otoamne or not. But when you look at what JDG need, it is that form of initiation. And I think that if you just take the Sejuani away,
it's 369 though, and you're gonna take away 369's Renekton. I love it here. Odo gonna yoink it for himself. Let's see what the response is. Instantly, it's that Gragas that we talked up, and JDG need that big front line on their side as well. And then Yagao has been so happy with the Taliyah, as specifically either Ahri counter or Azir counter for him. He is very strongly in lane with some possible kill threat here, as well as roaming around to set up the side lanes.
Alrighty, and our last pick of the draft for Rogue, it's the Vi. So there's some more initiation. There's some of that powerful lockdown onto these immobile carries of the Taliyah, of the Aphelios. Vedius, how are we feeling about this draft now that we're seeing all 10 pieces?
Well, I'll say that it was surprisingly quick. It seems that both teams knew exactly what they wanted, and they knew how the opposition would react. JDG have a very typical front-to-back style with a little bit more of a carry-orientated jungler, with Rogue doing a similar thing, but they have a little bit more options in the early game with the Vi, with the single-target lockdown. I think they're going to be looking to play through the bot side of the map, as I think Rogue should look to do coming into this matchup. The question is, where can JDG find their advantages, and can they mitigate Malrang's impact in the early game?
Yeah, I think for the side of JDG, their draft is completely as expected with these players. adding in the slight pivot point of did they want to go for the Azir for Yagao or go for the jungle carry for Kanavi. This Graves has been such a premier pick here at the overall tournament. The premier carry jungle champion. See if he can put it to use.
I mean, it's quite a statement to make if you go into the first game of the best of 5 and absolutely dominate in the jungle there. I'm excited to see it. The players are loading onto the Rift. New York, would you please make some noise for the first quarterfinal game here at Worlds 2022? Rogue and JDG. A best of 5 you saw in the fan vote. There was a lot of faith in Rogue, almost as much as there was in JDG, but it was pretty close. It's a lot closer than what I saw on the Pick'em site, which heavily favored the Chinese representatives.
Now, the all-time head-to-head in best of 5s between the LPL and the LEC is 8-4 in favor of the LPL. While Europe have been able to upset here and there historically, LPL has always had Europe's number, but now we get to see the LPL's #1 seed against the LEC's #1 seed, the best of the best from both regions. Let's see what both teams can bring.
Champions versus champions right here. LPL versus EU. And the crowd going wild. Early some vision down here on bottom side, trying to get vision both of the brush as well as possible early alert for a late invade. There is a sweeper already started for Kanavi on the Graves, so maybe you get a late invade towards top side of the map as well. Ping's coming out already.
And I like this on a champion like Graves, who is such an adept duelist in the early game, being able to come out on top in a lot of these skirmish situations. And there it is, JDG with a late invade. Odoamne will see them there, but won't do anything about it.
And I love doing this for Graves jungle, especially when you do have the matchup on the other side of the map like that to split. Meaning, Malrong also always does this control ward start, whether it is Jarvan or the Vi here, placing the extra vision through a little pixel brush on bottom side to allow for some of those ganks towards the bottom side river.
See Larson already looking to get the push in the mid lane. He has dropped that little ward to keep an eye on what Kanavi is up to. We'll see how Malrang adapts his pathing. He will spot out the Graves doing the Raptors. You would expect Malrang to go from blue and then move towards the bot side of Kanavi's jungle. The problem he has no push in the bot lane. You may be able to usurp that with the fact that Larson has the push in mids, but Kanavi's going to come through and help alleviate some of that pressure.
Yeah, it's just so nicely done here from JDG, setting up for jungle success. They showed early priority on the Graves champion, and now with this counter jungle splitting through the other side, you take away so much area that Malrang has to work with here. He's going to get his level 3 on his Vi off of purely this blue quadrant of the jungle, but now it gets difficult for him because he's kind of forced into making a gank or going all the way up towards countering the blue quadrant there of Kanavi.
And he is pathing up towards that northern half of the map. His own top laner is very far extended here as Odo is taking control of the lane nice and early, getting 369 shoved in. He will want to crash this wave up here. In the meantime, Malrang clearing out the Krugs, the one camp that was left, not stolen away by Kanavi.
And a good job here. Kanavi crosses back, so he's just eliminating any other possible areas for Malrang to farm right now. After Krugs, gonna come over and look for the Scuttle Crab fight. Odoamne is pushing up, so nice to have your pushing top side here. Maybe Malrang will be able to get over for spawn of Scuttle Crab, but Odo taking a pretty big trade.
Really good trade from Odoamne. But 369 is going to be looking for it. He doesn't know that the Vi's here, though.
369, you'd think he would have saw it right there in the brush, but no! The damage comes out. 369 with 100 HP, still trying to get away from this one. He'll survive. And now Kanavi's made his way into the top side river. It's a flash coming out. Oh! There won't be a kill just yet. 1 for 1 here with the top laners as Kanavi versus Malrang now turns into a duel. It's a level advantage here for Kanavi. Malrang getting himself back into the brush, charging up the Vault Breaker. Kanavi doesn't want to give him an easy target. Teleports, bringing both top laners back into the fight, back into the mix. Odo shows up and protects Malrang's exit.
Ooh, it is, in the end, first blood for Rogue. They get the kill first there for Odo, and with the lane pushing back towards him, immediate teleport right back out. He's going to be in a pretty good state as soon as he's able to equalize that wave. Meanwhile, Malrang did use Flash there on the Vi, and teleporting back. The only problem is there is exact timer for Kanavi on these Raptors, so Kanavi should be able to get second steal on the Raptor camp from Malrang as well. Continue to counter jungle
jungle it, and there he goes right for it as well. That's going to be number 2 taken off.
Kanavi's whole pathing this early game has been immaculate. The fact that he started red into Raptors, moved into his bot side Raptors to cover for the potential invade into his red buff. He then pathed up towards his blue, saying the other option that Malrang has, if he doesn't come into the bot side, he could try and cross map top side. He covered for that as well. And then he was in a position to cover for the early gank as well, and ends up trading 1-for-1. So overall, really smart pathing, and he's a large part of why they were able to get something off the back of this. And you can see Odoamne, what looks like a bad trade initially, in 369 sees a window. He knows the Renekton cooldowns are very high early on. Malrang at the last second, though, shows up and is able to come in for the counter gank. But at this point, they're not quite close enough to get the kill. It's the moment that 369 comes back into the lane that Odoamne sees his window.
And Odo knows there's no flash on 369, so he goes right for it. Flash, hits the stun, slice and dice in. Even though he has to take the tower shot, does get the first blood bonus. Then in the aftermath, Kanavi obviously pushing that wave as well, and Odo teleporting back. So look at this. You have to take into account not just the first blood, but also the CS afterwards with that big pushing wave. Quite nice for the Renekton in the 1-versus-1. So while Malrang has sustained a bit of a deficit in the jungle, and that's just a single small Raptor that he clears out there because it was counter jungle, Kanavi leaving one behind, it does mean that Odo is set up for success.
The awkward thing for Malrang, though, is his whole pathing has kind of been messed up now in terms of this early game. He's still able to help out his top lane and get a bit of an advantage, and I think that was really important, especially in the Odo versus 369 matchup. But when you look at this Lucian army, this is the lane that you typically want to try and enable. The only plan here I can see for Rogue is as we get closer to the 8-minute mark with the Renekton being stronger, Rogue is looking to try and contest that first Herald, and then they bring it down towards the bot side of the map to then involve this Lucian army more into the game.
And it's nice that we're seeing as well the reason why we keep talking about, whoa, Odo getting quite low here with ult.
We got a little bit of a scuffle. Odo goes into ulti. Kanavi's coming up through the brush. Rogue have their jungler nearby. Malrang is undetected for now. Kanavi throwing a bunch of damage straight into the brush there. Dashes forward, puts a bullet in his back. Malrang has to run, and JDG just get the better of him.
Kanavi once again in the perfect position on the map. Level 6 for the Graves, 50 CS now at just short of 7 minutes. This man has been leveraging his early priority perfectly and has been putting on a jungle masterclass within the first 7 minutes of the game.
And every jungler knows this feeling. It is so nice to be this ahead on Graves. Getting to your early serrated Dirk, a massive power spike there. He's going for the red steal, and Odoamne wants to protect it one for his jungler.
Malrang coming in too, but they won't be able to close that distance. Kobe, I like how you're saying every jungler knows this feeling, talking about being ahead. I think everybody knows what it feels like playing against fed Graves, and it is not a good time. Kanavi taking over the early game here and forcing out a flash in the mid lane from Lars.
Meanwhile, we have seen why this Aphelios plus Lulu has been kind of the popular answer into the Lucian Nami early on. Hope and Missing doing an absolutely amazing job down there on the bottom side. Since there was so much jungle attention focused towards the top side of the map, they were left completely alone in the 2v2 and have been able to utilize that extra early power there to be able to get a nice little bit of a CS lead for themselves. Off of the early recalls, though, see if it starts to turn back around.
It's so impressive to see how Kanavi plays around where he has pressure on the map. And as you rightly said, Kobe, this bot lane just keeps leveraging their range. The early range advantage that they have means that they can just keep pushing, and they don't have to worry about the enemy jungle because of what Kanavi is doing on the map. It's this great relationship between jungler and laners that's basically giving JDG a lot of options, and you can see now they've been able to accrue a small early game gold advantage, and a lot of that is sitting on Kanavi, who's now level 7.
And it's a perfect timing for Kanavi to recall after that blue buff steal. Once you get this power spike of the Umbral Glaive, you have so much vision control as well as burst potential here for Kanavi. So level 7 with the Umbral Glaive, the first completed item in the entire game. And of course the zombie wards, you get to take away and make the map completely dark for Rogue while putting up your own.
And that vision control scales with your lead, because all of a sudden you walk into a brush that you don't have control over. That Graves can threaten 100-0 against you if you're not ready for it. We'll see how he's able to utilize that and keep this tempo going here. As Larsson's got control over the mid lane, you can see that is one of the bigger CS advantages that Rogue have found for themselves. Just about 9 minutes into the game, Herald is up. Kanavi's here in the topside river again, but there is vision of this pit. Rogue does have the ward there in the back. Kanavi's gonna find it.
And they're going for this off of the support recall timer. You see the roam here from Lulu. Missing goes straight out through mid lane, roams over to support this play on Herald. I think Rogue gonna make the correct call here, give that up and play towards the bottom side instead.
Ooh, nice little bit of a juggle there from 369, knocking Odoamne back into him away from the turret. 369 not afraid to aggressively use these ultimates just to trade, get some advantages here in the lane. Kanavi's gonna secure the Eye of the Herald there for the side of JDG, as Rogue has Malrang and Trimby working together to take down the first Drake of the game. Not an exceptionally quick one, not an exceptionally slow one, but it will be that first Cloud Drake here for the side of Rogue. Missing will see them take it with the ward over the wall into the pit, but that's about it. So objectives traded across the map here with those first two neutrals.
The main problem for Rogue now is the way in which JDG can use this. Good knockback, good damage.
Nicely done. Remember, Larson doesn't have a flash. Malrang's thinking about coming in, but Larson gets himself away enough. Loses a big chunk of HP there, and this is now going to free up Yagao to roam with Kanavi and look for an opportunity elsewhere.
And you can see the attention to detail there from JDG as well. They're immediately pinging out. Malrang could probably be here on bottom side through this river for the Vi counter, so they don't overchase. Just get their little chunk, push out the wave, and continue rotating through. Bottom Scuttle Crab picked up, and a little bit of extra vision left through the blue quadrant.
I just can't get over how well Kanavi is playing this early game. You can see the gold that he's been able to accrue for himself. Level 8 now on the Graves. His farming has been immaculate, his positioning has been great, and it's just, he is making it so easy for the JDG laners to play. We can see how oppressive Larson is being in the isolated 1v1, and the second he sees a small window where he can push the lead, Kanavi is there. Every time the top lane's in danger, Kanavi is there. Oh, the bot lane wants to push out, Kanavi is there. He's literally just covering for every single laner, and Rogue feels very limited in terms of what options they have in the early game.
Yeah, he's done a magnificent job actually manipulating his route so he can both deny some camps to Malrang as well as support the lanes in their need. It's something Kanavi has really shown through with.
And you can see in the build, too, with that Umbral Glaive already completed, like you mentioned, Kobe, now with the Iron Spike Whip going towards the Gore Drinker, you're up against a short-range AD carry and two melee fighters. That's going to be a lot of team fight healing once we start getting into these bigger fights.
Yeah, the bow build definitely found a lot of success with that one as well. Missing and Kanavi coming over with a double jungle support team up here towards mid lane.
Just going to look to get the push in and then start to test this vision in the bot side of the map. We can see the Lucian moving back out onto the map as well. Looked like he was pathing towards mid, decided against that. Odoamne does have the TP, but it's not quite unleashed. It looks like there's no real objective. It's just a bit of a dance for these river wards for now.
Yep, still 2 more minutes before those teleports become unleashed, and 2 minutes is also how much time remains on the Eye of the Herald. Remember that Kanavi secured it, but it has not been used yet. He and Yagao were roaming towards bottom, seeing if there was an opportunity there earlier after chunking out Larson, but it didn't turn into anything. So I'm curious where JDG is going to choose to use this, because they've got about 60 seconds left.
Yeah, I would love it if they could just pop it mid lane here, because you really want to unlock Yagao on this Taliyah. He just finished Crown, has ultimate ready, can start to make some roam plays. So if you spend extra resources, get a little bit of a pressure gank there, and plus take down on some of the turret plates, some security. Move in for some extra counter jungling first, though, as he takes away red buff and looks for the dive.
Oh, boy. Let's see here.
Now that they've given up their information, though, knowing there's a ward in here that is scouted out for Rogue, there's probably going to be a cover, assuming they are for Kanavi, so immediately moves off, and on their own control behind red buff, they do see the support coming from Rogue, so they don't overextend.
For now, Rogue just going to play on the defensive once again. I imagine the next big point of contention will be this dragon spawning in about a minute and a half. Let's see where this Herald ends up going. Kanavi making a beeline towards the bot side of the map. You can see they have the push. Trading continues in the top lane, but I really don't expect either top laner to be able to kill each other. Oh, we're actually going to drop the Herald mid. This was something you were talking about, Kobe. Odoamne is starting to get much lower, but I imagine he'll just go back to base. Does have the TP to return to lane.
Yeah, 369 having the Mythic completed with that Iceborne Gauntlet is so scary compared to Odo still just working with components. That's going to be a kill. A nice shove from Yagao sets it up for Kanavi to knock it down.
And the surprise Pikachu face comes up here from missing there with Yagao just getting a pick for free under tower while they're sieging. They just walk away with it. Hope, though.
Hope a little bit far forward now in a 1v2. He will fall, and Rogue will find the kill for Kong.
What a bold move here from Malrang. That timing window was very close. Malrang says, hey, they are taking my blue right now because we lost mid pressure. We have a small timing window, maybe 10 seconds to go for this kill onto Hope while he's by himself. He does not hesitate for Rogue there. Ultimate in on the Vi, nice little pickup in a bad situation.
So we're 14 minutes in now. We were talking about this being a big moment, like the Drake is going to spawn soon. Turret plates on your screen, 800 golden plates for JDG versus absolutely no plates taken for Rogue. The laning phase going the way of the LPL squad. Let's take another look at how Yagao found this, because wham bam.
Yeah, the Herald charge moves Trimby out a little bit, and then he walks a little bit forward there. Yagao, right with the seismic shove, insta-kills, but this is that little timing window we're talking about.
Yeah, you called it perfectly, Kobe, because I was just about to comment on how JDG are going to get so much off the back of this play. Their eyes were set on securing that bot tower as well, and if it weren't for that play from Malrang, this whole situation could have looked a lot worse. JDG now starting off the Drake, choosing not to go for it. Trimby has managed to sneak into the brush.
Oh, Trimby's ready to go with the ulti coming out, and once again, there's no hope for Hope. Comp gets another.
So, Rogue are finally able to get a little bit more action out onto the map. Malrang is finding opportunities as we see more fighting in the top lane.
Top lane just never ends up here. Odo trying to scrap with him a little bit, but 369 is unafraid.
And that should be a bottom side objective start for Rogue as well. Really nice call. In the first gank, Malrang, he burns both summoners off of Hope, and now they're thinking immediately, punish this AD carry. No summoner spells on Hope. So Trimby swims his way into the side brush, and Rogue capitalize on it and earn themselves an objective back. That's 2 dragons actually stacking very quickly.
And Bedius, I do believe it was you who said you wanted to see Rogue play through the bot lane, right? You wanted to see them go here and prioritize these guys, enable these guys. Comp having 2 kills, having the Gale Force feels nice. Trimby with a nice sidestep against the seismic shove. Make sure that he doesn't get picked off by Yagao. He and Malrang invading the enemy jungle now, setting up JDG for more success here in the bottom lane. Setting up Rogue for more success here in the bottom lane, as JDG are the ones taking the second Herald here in the top side.
Yeah, it's a weird map state right now as Yagao forced to flash out. Yeah. Malrang should be getting his first red buff of the game as Odoamne finds himself in some danger.
Yeah, 369 keeping him away from his own turret here, just allowing that to devour the entire minion wave. He's got missing right next to him to guarantee that Odo can't just force himself back underneath this objective. And now that Kanavi's up here, he's got the second Herald. JDG's going for the cross map.
But look at bot lane. Malrang has the ultimate and he knows that Yagao is around. With no flash available, Rogue could continue to push in this bot side of the map. There are pings on the mid lane tower. Here comes the ult.
Okay, it's not going to find a whole lot.
There goes the ult.
That was swing and a miss.
Honestly, though, Yagao respected that play so much. That's why he flashed over the red buff wall. As soon as he saw Malrang on his screen, he was like, that R button, I better not touch me or I'm going to die. So flash down from the earlier jungle invade, it was why he was respecting it so much. And Rogue did a good job to try and leverage it, get as much out of it as they could.
And we spent a lot of the early game praising Kanavi for his pathing, for his decision-making, for the way he was playing the game. But Malrang has come alive now, making some good choices of his own, utilizing the threat and the power of this targeted ultimate against these immobile carries. Yagao's trying to get out. No flash, no way. There comes the Vi ulti. There goes the mid laner. There's Larson getting the kill.
It's a situation where Rogue is finding a number of picks, but JDG is cross-mapping well. They have pressure in the mid lane right now. Odoamne is making his way down, and he's looking to make a play on mid.
They see him, though. They see him.
Oh, Kanavi's going to eat a lot of the culling there. Using ulti to get some distance. Odo won't be able to collapse in time, so JDG get out, but they will not claim the second turret.
Yeah, and look at all these wards. It's all these wards that give JDG the early alert here through the jungle. And they're going to go for another red buff steal. Kanavi will not stop.
Kanavi going in and securing that red gets him to level up to 12. Odoamne, the blast cone nearly seals his fate. But Tom's ready to go in. Missing in Hope, trying to walk away from it. As Kanavi is going to be shut down by Trimby. Comp still ready to go, but he misses the piercing light on a missing. Rogue still looking to take the fight a little bit further, but JDG are making distance. You can see Malrang coming up through the river, seeing if there's an angle to cut these guys off. Tier 1 turret still standing. Vault Breaker being charged. Malrang not going to find a whole lot off of it here just yet. Trimby is going aggressive as there he goes. 369 picks him up as Hope and Missing are stuck in the side brush. Hope with a nice flash. Now Larson's here in a 1v2. Missing goes down and Larson goes over the wall. He's safe and he got paid to do it.
What a chase! This is madness! Rogue over 3 walls, and now they might be trapped. Yagao looking for it.
We're not done yet. Yagao's ready to finally join up in the fight. Malrang still has the ultimate. Keep that one in mind. 369's gonna lead the way. Malrang just backing inside the brush. He is a secret agent behind enemy lines.
That was actually so big for Rogue, though. They've almost evened up the gold, and they're still ahead the 2 dragons. These picks for Rogue have been paying off.
I'm so confused as to what I just watched, gentlemen. That was a crazy series of events.
You watch Rogue coming back!
But it's one of those things is Rogue is typically the calm, calculated team. Like, they'll fight you, but this was just blind chasing from Rogue. They were bloodthirsty for these kills, and like, this initial start looked horrendous. odoamne forced to flash out, but look at the play here from Comp, melting the backline of JDG and killing Kanavi right off the bat. It was at this point that I think Rogue could have called it a day, but no, they wanted more.
They certainly did. The bloodlust here, especially with Trimby. The Nami wave initially knocks up 3, big one for them, and is able to get Azir a kill, but then they keep going. Malrang over this wall. Trimby flashes over to try and follow him, misses the bubble, and then 369 says, wait a second, Nami is easy to kill.
And they're just buying time for Larssen to get here. Looks like he's about to make the play, but then they realize the Talia wall is coming over, so Larsen's like, nope, I'm gonna ult them away, and then I'm gonna get a kill, regroup with my team, and then get out.
Absolutely hilarious game of Red Rover. JDG, though, focusing back on the Dragons. They want to put a stop to these Rogue stacking.
Exactly. Rogue may have caught up in the gold, but it's JDG having to catch up here with the Drakes. Kanavi should secure this one here with a smite, but the waves coming in. Missing and Kanavi gonna get hit by that. A TP shows up. Rogue may have overextended, may have overcommitted. Trimby's trying to get himself away, but Yagao's still ready to throw another rock. Kanavi gets the kill, and Trimby goes down. Rogue continues their retreat, but Yagao isn't done. He rides the wave right on in, gets a seismic shove back onto Larssen, and the Emperor is now the target. 369 finds the play, and Rogue have lost 2.
369 squeezes that big Gragas body through those 2 walls and finds the flash play. My goodness, JDG strikes back.
JDG is considered one of, if not the best team fighting team in the world, and you can see exactly why. You can't come to a fight half-heartedly. You have to have a clear plan, otherwise JDG will punish you.
Oh boy, Malrang goes over the wall looking for trouble, but trouble found him. Kanavi's still going forward here. He nearly has the collateral damage. The ulti cooldown just barely not there. If Kanavi has a little more time, he'll get the headshot and get the kill. 369 won't drop so easy, and odoamne will pay with his life.
Kanavi asserting his jungle dominance with the 2-level lead here. The Graves is so abusive.
And Rogue's aggression was very quickly stopped. JDG once again fine position on the map. But Rogue, their over-aggression is quickly punished, and look at how quickly the gold lead is building now. They felt confident after that playing the top side, but that aggression, that over-eagerness to force a fight around the Dragon fell short. And the moment that they showed an ounce of weakness, JDG was quick to capitalize.
And this is what fans have come to know and love about JDG. This fearsome mid-game, feared throughout the world. They come back in such a huge way and sweep Rogue off the map.
This is starting to look a little concerning for the European fans in the audience. But I said at the very beginning, back in draft, man, it would be quite a statement to make to come out in game 1 and just dunk on this game with the Graves with that carry power. And it's exactly what Kanavi is doing. 3rd item completed, Black Cleaver. He's gonna be deadlier than ever, and Rogue is gonna have to find a way to deal with this incredibly fed Graves. The only person on the map with more farm is the enemy mid laner. He has 110 CS up on his opponent in the jungle. Vi might as well be a cannon minion in front of this Graves.
Grave things, baby.
Level 14 for Kanavi. It is absolutely crazy how powerful he is on the map right now. And JDG, they have their eyes set on this Baron.
I mean, when you look at it, they both have boots and 3 items. The problem is, Malrang, 2 of those items are a rock and a butter knife. He's not doing so hot up against the might of this fed Graves, of this level 14 jungler, by the way. Both his solo laners are level 13. One of the enemy solo laners is level 13. Again, it's only Larsen's Azir keeping pace with this.
The man brought a butter knife to a shotgun fight, Clayton. That is going to be very difficult to win. Let's take a look at how the vision starts to close, though, because this is one of the things that JDG also do really well. It's those mid-game team fights, and then as soon as they win the fight, they completely take control of both sides of your jungle. Kanavi moving in with that Grace for another burst attempt.
Good lord, man. The burn nearly kills him. 29 HP, I believe it was.
Red buff plus smite, showcasing the damage. Kanavi looking for more. The ultimate from 369 goes a little wide, though, which means that Odoamne will be safe. Good side step from him, but you can see the suffocation now coming in from JDG. The vision being denied, the control that JDG have over the topside jungle, making it harder and harder for Rogue to approach. But you can see that one little ward near the topside blue of JDG's jungle. The Rogue will have an option to TP in, but I don't think they're going to get anywhere close as JDG continues to assert dominance on the Rift.
The map is so dark for Rogue. Every brush you walk into, every corner you turn, Kanavi and JDG may be waiting. So Rogue group up. They push down mid. They know they can't defend their own objectives in these fights, so they're going to trade them with JDG instead and just try to get whatever they can. It is a 4,000 gold lead for JDG right now. Rogue still having the advantage in Drakes, but that's about it. 6 turrets versus 3. That's a lot of damage. And remember, gentlemen, one of those turrets was an inhibitor turret there in the mid lane as we square up for what might be a team fight here in mid. JDG, they look for the ulti there from 369. They're not going to find the angle, but they get the flash out of the enemy mid.
And that is very crucial. Larsen having the ability to be able to make that flash Shurima shuffle onto one of the backline members of JDG now becomes that much harder, especially with Hope and Yagao having all their summoners up. The ultimate comes out from Yagao.
Yagao gonna block them off from making it into the bottom lane. Rogue staying together. They do not want to split up and run. They know JDG can go after them. But is JDG looking for this second Infernal Drake now? Odoamne gonna be hit by Seismic Shove down to half HP. Comp coming in with the calling over onto the side, but it ain't gonna do a whole lot. Oh, he's into the pit, and he steals the Drake, but at what cost? Odoamne dies, Malrang dies. It's bullets for dinner, and Kanavi and Hope are serving him up hot.
369 is just too tanky, man. This front line refuses to die, and the single target damage from JDG was crucial as well. Yagao stunned into the polymorph from missing, basically made Odoamne obsolete. JDG get 3 kills onto Rogue, and they have a Baron in their eyes.
He's taking all right. 1,500 damage shielded by the Fimbulwinter already. 369 and the rest of JDG moving over towards that Baron to claim it as their own.
And when the Vi went into the pit, I've got to applaud Malrang for having the smite timing to steal that away, because you saw how fast he died. He knew it was a one-way trip.
And you can see that in the choke point, the best option for Rogue is to just hit 369, but look at how much he just soaks up. Comp isn't really able to threaten anything on the backline, and while this still comes through,
the butter knife!
The rest of JDG are completely fine. Odoamne's low, and look, they just cannot kill him. The heal from Yagao as well comes up clutch. I think that might have been the difference maker to keep him alive, but JDG, they walk away with all 5 members strong, and they may have lost the dragon, but they secured a Baron.
Beautiful, beautiful fight again from JDG. Nice smite there from Malrang, though. That little glimpse of hope. You know, you have to dream about winning that Dragon Soul fight, but in order to get there, you have to last another 3.5 minutes against this JDG onslaught. And Kanavi is level 16, highest level in the game.
An onslaught powered by a Baron, an onslaught powered by 7,000 gold, and an onslaught that now looks for the last remaining structure outside of the Rogue base. The mid lane tier 3 turret, remember, it's already down, so they can keep pushing this wave bottom. If that doesn't work out, boom, Yagao's already ready to go here as Malrang was charging up a Vault Breaker, but the Talia wall stops it in its tracks. JDG continuing to force the issue, continuing to move forward. Comp having to just completely disengage from Kanavi as Yagao will help him take down that mid lane inhibitor, and now the inhibitor turret in bot side will be the target. JDG are on a mission, and that mission will not be hindered by Rogue. The culling is eaten entirely by 369, and he does not care. Kanavi baiting Odoamne to stick around a little bit too close, takes him down to 1/4 HP. JDG are looking for the throat of the Rogue base. The first Nexus turret will fall. The second Nexus turret is under fire. 369 still at half HP. Rogue gotta find their moment. Rogue gotta try, but Rogue are gonna die. Trimby will fall first, and now Hope is fighting back with a nice long-range ulti. Malrang can't do a thing, and Comp and Odoamne are stuck back into the fountain. JDG, they're on the Nexus, and they'll take the win in game 1.
1-0 opening up here for JDG, and let me tell you, that started straight from level 1. Really nice job coordinating and utilizing the strengths of the Graves on the early jungle invade, taking away possibilities for Malrang to even go for.
There were so many incredible things from JDG throughout this game, but you rightly said it. This jungle top lane duo was perfection in this game. The way in which 369 played fights, the way that he came back into his lane as well, the way in which Kanavi controlled the jungle, it was just a really impressive performance overall from this JDG squad here in game 1.
I mean, I don't think Kanavi should be getting Graves anymore. If you're on Rogue, if you're making these decisions, the man controlled the map beautifully. 369 just being this massive wall of meat that could not be moved, could not be destroyed. That was a big difference maker. The frontline diff was just, whoa.
That being said, Rogue had some nice moments in there, you know, even when they didn't have very many options, taking these small windows where they could get a pick, trying to get themselves a win condition through some dragon stacking. It's just JDG through that mid game. Once they got that team fight and chased them down, they did not let go.
Yeah, I think Rogue lost their composure at times. I think that after that top lane chase, they got a little overeager.
A scramble.
But there's definitely optimistic signs for Rogue. We'll see if they can bounce back in game 2.
All right, if you can't make it to San Francisco for the finals, you can still watch on the big screen with friends and family at one of 600 theaters and counting near you. Use the QR code below. It's under me. There we go. Nope, no, I had it right the first time.
Right here,
Use it below to find and purchase some tickets while we figure it all out. And while you find a theater, we're heading back over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
You'll get that QR code next time, my dude. I believe in you. I really, really do. What a game 1 between Rogue and JDG. Honestly, some good looks for Rogue throughout, while it would end up in favor of JDG and Toothpaste Gaming, which I think should be like their tagline, you know, like their second moniker. Yeah, keeping it clean, Toothpaste Gaming.
Now that I didn't believe in JDG, if they 3-0, I have to eat a healthy amount of this. Yeah.
A dollop. A little bit more than a
healthy amount.
Yeah, 4 out of 5 doctors or dentists would recommend a pea-sized amount, but we're going to go with a dollop.
Wash my mouth out after everything.
So honestly, I loved so much of what the casters were talking about in just that little bit of a minute wrap-up that they had to the game. Starting first and foremost with Kanavi. His performance, number 1, but number 2, the pick that he did it on. Already calling into question, should this guy be allowed to have Graves?
I mean, we expected at the start of the day to be farming jungler versus ganking jungler. How much can Kanavi farm up while Malrang looks for early kills? And I mean, from level 1 onwards, it's just doomed for Malrang, right? What Kanavi does here is he clears out red Raptors, gets XP from mid-wave, and then gets Raptors, so he levels up to 3. Then he backtracks into top side because he knows Malrang's only option is to actually invade his top side because he pathed through mid to bot. So maybe taking away his blue is his option, but no, Kanavi takes those 2 camps, matches top. And this is where they trade in the 1-for-1, but it's just Kanavi is always 1 step ahead, and it only exponentially grows to the point where now all of a sudden he's 100 CS ahead in 2 levels.
And this was so smart when we think about Kanavi's early jungle pathing. It also combined 2 things, right? He ends up being really strong by the end of this game, or like the mid to late. He actually ends up flame horizing his opponents. He had the most CS at one point outside of Larson in the game, but he's also helping affect his lanes, right? Coming up here for 369 into this Renekton.
I think what's terrifying about that whole sequence, Dagda, is that first gank, that went as well as it could have for Rogue. They got first blood with an assist on that, and yet it didn't seem like enough to overcome what Kanavi was doing from a farming point of view.
And I think that's the big problem, is that like Kanavi had already gotten off to such a good lead, and the fact he got the repeat gank in topside, which ended up then affecting that matchup backswinging at the other direction, made it incredibly hard. And I like that Rogue started to fight back. We saw around the 15-minute mark, Malrang was getting some good ganks down at the bot side, but as you say, the fact that Graves had gotten so far ahead at this stage, it made it so difficult for them to fight back, and Kanavi knew it. He was just going to go hard.
And this was one of the fights where Rogue tried their best to fight back. Maybe if Comp won his flash forwards here, actually landed it onto the Lulu instead, he could have picked up that kill and they would back away, but frustration set in and they just set their eyes on the chase, going a little bit too deep. I think this was damage mitigation, maybe being able to trade 1 for 1 in a situation like this. I thought they were all just going to die, but Rogue managed to find something here.
They managed to find something, but the other thing is that Yagao was able to take that mid-tier 2, right?
Yeah.
So this is another example of kind of something that might not have gone fully in their favor, but JDG does find these windows to take more off the map.
Yeah, and it causes such issues here as well, because now, as you can see, for Rogue, they're trying to contest on towards these dragons, but one mistake and you end up cracking open the base, and this was the mistake here, where JDG end up finding that fight with Yagao having some fantastic clips here just to catch off people.
And I think the important thing to take away from this game is 2 things. Number 1, JDG were playing on 2 lanes the entire time. If Rogue tried to make a play top, they overchased into a certain lane, they tried to make a play bot. JDG is hitting hard on mid and top. 2 lanes is where their focus was, because their solo lanes were winning or having push or being able to roam, and Kanavi was always ahead on the pace. Number 2, this is a Rogue with Azir, Lucian, Nami, taking away Renekton from 369 on 4 as well, and they're struggling. So blue side, maybe they can change it up, but this is what Rogue want. This is their formula for success. Maybe not so much the Renekton, that's a denial pick, but I'm a bit worried for Rogue the longer the series goes on.
But I love the way JDG played this, right? As you look, like, Comp was actually doing really well in lane. You look at where the Azir was playing really well in lane. Like, you actually came out with advantages for the carries, but they never set up for 5v5s. They never said, right, Rogue, we're just going to match you. Instead, we got this play at 17 minutes where they're invading to look for picks. They're looking for small skirmishes. They separate out the team as well on that chase. You never actually have JDG playing into the strengths of Rogue until they've got this big advantage for themselves, and that's when they go for dragons.
And I'm going to tell a story about 369
Story time.
again. Yeah, so there was a pretty big thing that kind of went a little viral in one of his former junglers, basically essentially calling him out for not playing certain champions. And one of them was Gragas. And I think there's
took that one to heart.
Yeah, there's no more, I guess, indicator of how much 369 has kind of put and worked really hard to get to this point. Because while his casks may not have been like super flashy, and some of them were a little off, I think what you're looking for from a Gragas is you always have to kind of watch out where he is and play around his positioning. And he was really helping disrupt these team fights in tandem with Yagao on the Tulia.
Not only that, I got to give him credit for how he managed the lane. Again, given the way that first gank went, first blood going over to the Renekton, yes, you got the return kill, but the wave bounces back towards your opponent in the Renekton. He actually continued to keep the pressure onto that top turret for the remainder of the game.
And I think what you'll normally see from Renektons in that kind of situation is when you're ahead, you'll rush Blade of the Ruined King, right? That's how you shut the Gragas down, but he went for a Gore Drinker, more teamfight-oriented build. So we saw the Gragas kind of claw his way back, actually being able to trade underneath tower. Yagao was hovering every now and then, and he immediately got a lead to the point where he was just too tanky. The only AP damage being Larson, he just kind of sat in their face, and Rogue couldn't get through the front line to work with space with Lucian.
Yeah, let's talk game 2, because as we've already mentioned, Rogue had looks. They had opportunities in that game, but as you also posited, they will be hopping over to blue side. That's where they found more success here in the tournament so far. What all would you like to see them change, though, in their approach from the blue side, Kedril?
The first thing I'll say is for JDG in LPL summer, their win rate on blue side was over 80%.
Yeah.
Their win rate on red side was around 55. This is a very heavy blue side-centric team, and they prefer blue side at Worlds. They've always chosen it. So Rogue have taken that away from them. First big priority on bot lane. I think maybe Lucian or Kalista, whatever is up, keep with the same game plan. But the problem that's I think JDG have now is, do you leave open Aatrox? Will Odo Amne pick it?
Yeah.
Do you then invest bans into Ornn and Maokai instead to stop that engaged top, which Rogue were lacking? The final piece for Rogue there would have been an Ornn or a Maokai top to round out the comp perfectly. Instead, it was a denial pick, kind of damage mitigation once again. If they can get what they want, I think they'll be happy.
Tiny.
Yeah. Look, King Kanavi's back in charge. You need to get him out of that control. So taking away the Graves, taking away these carry picks feels like the big focus for me. The jungle matchup was just too big.
All right, target Kanavi. I would definitely like to see something other than Renekton in the top lane there for Odo Amne. Of course, he was kind of forced onto that with the bans. 369 and JDG, they've landed the first blow in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. We'll see if Rogue here can strike back in game number 2 right after this.
not understand. Gracefully.
It's already over.
Die with grace.
Don't care much for your kind of wisdom, Yi.
Upgrade your shimmering slippers to keep sparkling.
Hey, Ash, what's your plan?
A new and very serious game, Jake from State Farm, but these in-game purchases are wrecking my wallet. I can't keep sparkling, Jake. I need a sparkle.
State Farm has options like combining home and auto, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Very nice. The gameplay is really strategic, I swear.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
I wanna see the world now, baby, let's go. It's nothing but green lights ready to roll. Only you, you're the one that I want. Only you, you're the one that I want. You got me feeling so free. Got me feeling so free.
Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, big bad money maker, working hard for all this paper. Check my stats, I'm kinda major. Can't nobody do it greater. I can make your body rock. I'm the boss, I call the shots. Doesn't matter what it costs, baby. No, I got it. I'm forever popping like the hot grease in the pan. Gotta make them understand. I don't never need no man. I'm a INDEPENDENT chick. Yeah, you haters think you slick. Got it all, never fall. I'm the one they always call. Spin the stack up at the mall. They say I'm the greatest, y'all. I bring all the flavor, yeah. I bring all the heat. If you ain't trying to get money, baby, you can have a seat, yeah. Run me my money.
Worlds 2022 with Rogue down in the series. They are hunting for the strength to come back, and maybe, just maybe, their team anthem can help them get it done. Check out Rogue's pick, Cutthroat, as the song that represents their play style on the official League of Legends playlist on Spotify.
Cutthroat?
Cutthroat.
Okay, Rogue, come on, we're all friends there. Okay, we're
gonna get the Pike or something coming through here.
I would love triple Pike.
I would love to see it.
Listen, here's
let's
what I'm
go
calling,
for
boys.
it.
Listen,
How deep does it go?
Listen, we all agree that if Rogue loses this game, it's not looking good.
I would say that is an accurate observation.
Yeah. So here's what I'm saying. Maybe a bit of Trimby Rakan.
Okay.
Maybe a bit of, now they're on blue side. What, do you think JDG can ban all the tanks? I don't think so.
So that's the thing. I think JDG are going to have to ban the Aatrox and the Yuumi. So JDG on red side, that's 2 bans right there. And then you get 1 to play with. Some things that they have previously banned have been like the Maokai, Sejuani, but you only can do 1 of them, right? You're not going to be able to completely block out Odo because you really are still kept with those other 2, I believe.
Right, and Maokai and Ornn are the 2 big, my AoE takes up the whole river, you don't want to team fight me tanks right now. So if you only have 1 left and 1 of those has to be left open, I'd love to see Rogue first pick whatever they leave up.
There is the only other caveat, and it's just a small one.
Now what might that be?
369 can play pretty much any top lane on the planet, and he's also considered the best.
Okay, bit of an issue.
So, yeah, so you could blind pick your tank, but there is a real world where this man could pick his Fiora, he could pick his Jax, he probably has more in his wheelhouse that he also has at his disposal, and last game he was kind of funneled into a tank because we saw the early priority on making sure that the bot lane had a favorable 2 versus 2 and the engage needed to come from top side. If, however, now on the red side, they can actually cater more of the engage towards the jungle, especially if Rogue choose to ban away something like the Graves and the agency for engage falls onto Kanavi's responsibility, then perhaps we can see more of a carry performance from 369.
Yeah, I think that's definitely going to be Rogue, blue side, probably Graves ban, and red side with the Aatrox Yuumis.
Okay.
Let's see how much flexibility they have, though. You could also just throw it to the winds and create some chaos and let some power picks through. But I think those will at least be the lines drawn.
Alrighty, boys, let's rock and roll. Draft is ready, and the first ban of the game, just like in solo queue, once you lose to Graves, you ban Graves for the rest of the day, and that's exactly what Rogue is going to do. They'll take the Sejuani off the table. There's the Yuumi. Caitlyn also banned. Aatrox is still up.
All right, so what will the final ban here for Rogue be? Because this is where the game of chicken comes out. We know that Aatrox is strong, and Rogue have to be willing to say, we will pick it if you leave it open. But that's then the question. This will also set the precedent for any remaining games that we have if they choose to ban away the Aatrox here.
And these mind games in the draft, in a series, I think is one of the things that is so fun about best of 5 compared to best of 1. The Fiora's banned out, so they're saying you must ban Aatrox because if you don't, you can't even take the #1 counter.
Yeah, exactly. They're trying to force it a little bit, but I feel like JDG were going to ban the Aatrox regardless anyway. And now you have the tank for Odo. The Maokai is insta-lock.
So there is also the Sylas problem. Something that we saw from Yagao was he was quite happy to lock in Sylas specifically into Maokai because the ability to steal away the ultimate, when you pair that with an Ornn, that was how they came back in the game. Well, it wasn't completely how they came back into the game versus down 1, but being able to steal that ultimate away has proven to be a very effective answer to the Maokai.
And for Yagao, the 7 group stage games played by JDG, Sylas was played in 4 of those by him, right? This is a champion he loves to play, and this is a champion that he's going to go ahead and lock in. Hope is going to be running it back there on the offenders.
Yeah, right back to it. Has emerged as one of the premier AD carries for the bottom side. Not a lot of weaknesses to try and attack it with. There have been some rumors about the Kog'Maw Lulu showing back up again. Hasn't quite
I believe it when
made it all the way.
it,
Yeah, exactly. Hasn't made it all the way to the stage, so we'll hold off on that one as it's a run back for the bottom lane.
So they're keeping with the Lucian Nami I'm a little bit surprised, honestly, but it's something that Rogue's bot lane saying we're comfortable with it, we know we have agency on it, and in the laning phase, it looked like they were definitely struggling, but perhaps now, if Malrang chooses to play the Maokai instead of it going top lane, there will be more gank setup on the bot side of the map.
And talking about that setup, I mean, one of our big subjects of conversation in the first game was how the movements of Kanavi and the way that he was forcing Rogue to play around him and his pathing made it so a lot of help wasn't coming down there for Comp and Trimby early. So I am excited to see how things differ or maybe even stay the same here in the second time. But there's the Lulu, exact same bottom lanes being run back this time around as Victor gets banned away by JDG.
Now being removed on the side of Rogue. They're actually choosing to limit the jungle pool here. It's quite an interesting direction. I almost expected them to ban something away like the Ornn. Perhaps they're fine giving that over to JDG, but again, I'd be really concerned with the amount of engage that JDG would then have on their side. From JDG's perspective, wouldn't be surprised to see the Azir banned away here. They may even consider banning away the Akali. Larson didn't play it a lot, but he does have some experience on the champion. I don't think they're too afraid of the LeBlanc. No, they're actually going to choose to remove Malrang's Jarvan and remove his initiation tool.
If they keep going with jungle, you would think something like the Viego has been so popular for a lot of the LPL junglers, for Kanavi himself as well. Long history on it. But he has also played a lot of other things, you know, one-offs. He has very deep champion pool, even the Pantheon jungle, the Bel'Veth jungle. So if you continue to target jungle here, Kanavi will definitely be able to dig a little deeper and have something left.
Kanavi's jungle pool in Worlds so far before today was Viego, Graves, Nidalee, Lee Sin, Vi. He's not playing meatballs, he's playing these playmakers, he's playing these carries. The Gragas is banned away, and sure enough, the Ruined King is hovered. I would not at all be surprised to see it locked in. It's next to the Graves as one of the only champions he played more than one game of during groups, and it's Kanavi Viego.
These JDD drafts have been incredibly consistent. They really stayed true to themselves, staying to their own style here, and continuing with what they've had success on, both in LPL and even here at Worlds. So now Rogue, how are they going to mix it up here into the Sylas? We've had a couple of LeBlanc attempts, but they haven't been that successful.
Okay, so they're committing to putting the Maokai top lane, and they will be giving Malrang a little bit more agency. The Lee Sin to Viego matchup, definitely not the worst for Lee Sin. It's not going to be as painful as it was in game one, that's for sure. But in terms of their setup, they're very reliant here on the Nami Maokai combo to be able to fight later on.
Yes! They shout out for Trimby for the dash into the Heimerdinger support. Got a lot of flack for that one. In the end, I think it's no surprise, though. You need AP carry and scaling threat if you're going to have a team fight. And Rogue, at the end of the day, they need to be able to team fight behind this Maokai front line, so they still lock in the Azir for Larson, even seeing Yagao's Sylas preemptively.
I was thinking that a Renekton was something we could see from JDG, but right now they're hovering the Gwen. I don't think we're actually
It's a family reunion!
I don't think we've actually seen the Gwen yet at Worlds. Oh, actually, you can see the pick percentage, 4%, so that's already proven me wrong.
I think we have.
But 369's Gwen. Of course, Gwen has been a champion that tormented Pro League for an incredibly long time. She had some changes not too long ago, which suddenly brought her back into the meta. Then she got nerfed a little bit, and then Pro kind of pushed her out of play once more. But seeing it in the hands of 369, especially after the performance he had in game one, a winning topside matchup, he's looking to be a real side lane threat here in this game.
And you talk about the Azir being locked in as the final pick for Rogue, needing that range, needing that magic power. Gwen doesn't mind range too much. She likes to go immune and could be a big problem for this main late game cannon that Rogue have in Larson.
And Gwen loves to be able to have, you know, a nice, smooth, early scaling lane here, you know, into the Maokai. Should be able to scale no problem into those couple of items. It's really once you hit that 2-item power spike that the Gwen starts to strike fear into the hearts of the rest of the team.
And while it is true that Rogue don't really have anyone to match this Gwen on a side lane, what I will say is that that's a lot of short-range champions on the side of JDG into an Azir, Maokai, Nami. They're going to have to running into these champions. They're actually very good at disengaging with Lee Sin kick, Maokai ultimate, Nami ultimate, the Nami bubble, Azir wall. Like, JDG's team fighting is really going to be pushed to the limit in this game, but the question is how much of an early game lead can they build, similar to what we saw in game one.
And in game one, you were talking about how good of a team fighting squad these guys are, how they find the angles, they find the moments, and this game will truly test that. Rogue is down 0-1. They would love to tie it up here with a win on the blue side, make it an even game, and we'll see if they can make it happen. JDG and Rogue are out onto the Rift for game 2.
LPL currently 8-4 all time with best of 5s versus LEC, and up 1 game in this series.
And as we're getting into it, you can make sure to grab the exclusive, very NASA's much wow, emote from Prime Gaming by connecting your League of Legends account with your Prime account, as these guys are not going to connect a whole lot of spells on each other very early here, but JDG is setting up in the Pixel Brush, and Larson will be the one hanging out nearby, seeing them forcing their way into the jungle.
Okay, the ward will be killed there. Nice. It looks like that did end up going over to missing. Everyone will... I'm going to quickly check Yegao's XP, see if he... Yeah, so Yegao did get a little bit of XP off the back of that, which means that he should be able to get level 2 off of the very first wave.
Yeah, as long as you share a ward kill with 3 or less players, then the solo laner can definitely hit level 2 off of 1 wave. If you share it with 4, spread too much, but they didn't have everybody on invade, so we'll be fine.
Look at this, a lot of pings coming down onto the blue buff. Gwen is trying to gain information on where Malrang started, and they're like, pinging, where is the blue? But they also have the ward on the red, which means they're like, where is Malrang starting? They don't have full information right now. Him choosing to start on the wall, similar to last game, is kind of throwing JDG off a little bit in terms of what his early game plan is.
And again, I always want to point out for Malrang, he is so consistent with this. Multiple jungle champions. He always really prioritizes the early control ward, that denial of vision, so he can make those creative plays and keep his information available to the opponents to a minimum.
Look at Kanavi in the mid lane once again. Larson with the early push. Ooh, and Larson actually skills the E at level 2. Very rare. Something that you don't often see on Azir's. I wonder if he was even holding on to that skill just at the last second in the event of an early gank.
That's what I'm assuming here, knowing how Kanavi might want to make this happen, knowing how the range versus melee early on. Azir's going to have the push. He waits on it. It allows him to save the flash and really not take any damage at all from the game.
And very interesting here from Malrang as well, because he has not done either of the buffs still. He just went to Raptors and then Krugs as well, only doing the small camps, really trying to keep JDG in the darkness so he can have that surprise early play, only just now transitioning over to red after he knows that early invade ward on his red buff has expired.
And again, we're seeing in this bot lane 2 versus 2, JDG have the push, but they have the push in top lane as well with 369 playing as you would expect with the Gwen, quite aggressively into the Maokai, expecting to be able to win out on those short skirmishes, but Larson maintaining control of the mid lane 1 versus 1 as Kanavi's now made his way, looking for a bot lane gank.
Hope shot out the Q there from that Calibrum, did not connect, so
heal.
Comp still at 400 HP. Malrang's coming down to try to stop this, but Trimby's gonna be jumped on first. 100 HP remaining, he's killed, they're both killed. Rogue has lost 2 already, and Malrang couldn't do a thing about it.
Oh, that was disgusting! JDG, such a clean tower dive double kill. Betty, that is terrible news for Rogue.
I didn't even see how Comp died. After he flashed, I thought that he would be fine, but they're able to secure another kill onto him as well, losing both members. And the wave, it's so massive for JDG's bot lane 2v2. Let's have a look back and see exactly how this one played out.
Yeah, look at this tower aggro juggling here, because they wait for the wave to move in, and then they're gonna have Missing pick it up first here, go aggressive with it on Comp under the tower. They get the stun, they get the ignite down as well, flashed out. Very, very clean stuff.
My word, and I think that was quite an early cleanse from Comp. A lot was happening on my screen, so I'd have to go back and rewatch it, but the ignite ended up coming in afterwards as well, so much damage was still being thrown down onto Comp, and they end up falling short in the dive.
Yeah, I definitely would want to take another look at it too, because very rare you go for 2 kills at once, but they got them both.
Gentlemen, we don't have the time to take another look because 369 just dropped, and it's Malrang getting Rogue on the board.
Na'Vi once again, though, going to move into the enemy jungle, reminiscent of what we saw in the first game. Will Malrang spot this out? Really? You should know, though.
Doesn't look like it. And now here comes Viego looking for another one. He'll walk into the smoke, fights Malrang here for the Gromp. Malrang having a fight, he can take that.
Silas is first, though, on the roam.
Exactly.
Really good communication there from Rogue. Mid lane had gone back to base. Larson telling him, hey, sorry, Yagao's gonna roam before me. You have to give this up.
So he's gonna choose to back away, go to reset. 369 did invest the Ghost in that top lane play. Perhaps this is an area of the map the Rogue can continue to attack, but the problem is this bot lane issue is only going to become a bigger and bigger issue as Hope and Missing are already so far ahead, a 20 CS lead in the isolated 2 versus 2 with a massive XP advantage. Rogue are going to have to make something dramatic happen to get this bot lane back in the game.
And this is, again, they opted into this. This was the salty run back from the Rogue bottom lane here, but again, JDG with the early Aphelios Lulu pushing it in, and now Yagao coming to support Kanavi.
I'm loving how they're playing this. Viego versus Lee Sin is not a 1v1 when the Sylas is always getting involved. Yagao using this pick to try to move around and make plays, and now those plays might just be made bottom lane yet again. Comp and Trimby are in the sights of JDG, but Malrang is close enough that JDG do not want to overextend on a bad dive here, so they call it off.
I love what we're seeing from JDG, really enabling their bot lane this time around, and actually taking a bit of a hard pivot away from what we saw in Game 1. It was all about enabling Kanavi in Game 1, making sure that the wave states were in a position to allow him to invade and push. But now Kanavi's just invading to gain information on where Malrang is, and then he's using that information to then make good decisions, and a lot of that is just playing around the stack waves on bot to further enable Hope and Missing.
They are just so well coordinated here, and then you can see it in the execution of the tower dive. Ward's now also set up here for bottom side dragon control, but it's a bot lane gank from Malrang.
Oh, Trimby going in for the flash bubble, but it misses, and Kanavi's ready to go clean them up. Serve up the fish sticks, boys. JDG is eating good in bottom lane.
Oh, another attempt at a flash bubble, and it's just a fish flashing forward to his own death there. Hope with the sidestep. Has the heal for the speed, moves out of the way, and cuts him down.
And we talked about how they feel forced to try and do something, but it was over-forced, and JDG just laugh at them as Rogue is forced to limp away. This is going to be a dragon secured for JDG as well. Kanavi getting pretty low going up against the Cloud Drake, but for the most part, he's just fine.
I think you're right about the laughing. You love to see that as a jungler. Your bottom lane gets ganked while you start out dragon. So Kanavi had just pulled the dragon as the gank showed, and he's like, oh no, do you need me? And they 2v3, take care of their own business. Nah, man, we're all good here.
No worries. It's a great feeling as a jungler when you can depend on your lane like that. Back up here in top side, it is still a bit of a lead for 369 in the farm, but you can see Odoamne has about that many creeps to still be able to pick up. They both used their ultimates when we panned up here earlier, so neither of those cooldowns are up, but Malrang still only level 5. Now, well, not hitting level 6 just yet. Still has about half that EXP bar to go. Trimby and Comp. Oh, the back even gets interrupted.
Yeah, the double stop here as he goes aggressive. This Spell Thieves as well is going to get charged super early. Missing got early charges on the level 1 invade. He has been harassing constantly. Everything going their way here for JDG as Kanavi tries to sweep out some vision.
And it's another one of those situations where domestically, Larson, one of the biggest criticisms that was always thrown towards him was that he wouldn't roam in the same way that many other mid laners would. The humanoids, the caps of the league that would actually sack waves in order to attack side lanes. We're seeing it again from Yagao, where while Larson is building an individual lead, he's doing what he's supposed to do on the Azir, but Yagao is more than happy to sacrifice waves in order to get advantages elsewhere.
Oh, nice kick coming out from Malrang, looking for Kanavi here, but he can still get himself away. Flash and ulti had to be used to escape that one. Kanavi walking right into the control warded brush. Was not expecting Malrang to immediately be there to make the play.
Larson choosing not to commit the flash. He did have the ultimate available, but they don't find the play. Malrang once again hovering around top side. The E is used for 369. That's going to force the Ghost.
Yeah, I think that lack of full commitment right there is one of the big differences, because they then see the support roam timer missing up there with the Lulu. So even with the health chunk onto the jungler, it doesn't mean anything for Rogue, because JDG can still start off that Rift Trail knowing Nami, Lucian were still in the bottom lane. Missing was here on the support roam timer. And so JDG still get the objective after Rogue get a big chunk.
And we're seeing some of the same issues that Rogue had during the regular season, being able to contest these neutrals within the first 8 minutes of the game. Herald, Dragons are something that they often concede in exchange for early kills. Yagao now looking for a bit of a fight here with Malrang. Marong's just going to slide his way out of it. You can see the damage really starting to come through from Yagao. But this is only going to further make life difficult for Rogue. They don't necessarily have to invest the Herald bot. I think they could even use it top to funnel more gold into 369 with the advantages that they've already been able to build up bot. But it feels like from this point on, JDG have a firm control over the game, or only 10 minutes in.
Yeah, I cannot wait for this Gwen headache to appear in the side lane, as 369 has had such a smooth early lane phase, and with the ult started out already, chunking Odo down under his own turret, it just continues. Such smooth scaling here. Highest CS on his team, has almost tied Larson as well as he cleans up this wave, and will be able to reset no problem.
All right, we do have a bit of an issue for Rogue here in the early game. They're 2,000 gold down. As you can see, 369 going for even more here with the plates.
Ignores them for the turret plate there. Maokai damage is very little to worry about here for him. So shrugs it off, gets the extra money for himself before going back.
10-minute Gale Force ready to go for Hope, who did get one of those early kills down here in the bottom lane. Kanavi has showed up yet again. Blue Gun is great for shoving out these waves and getting another crash into the turret. There are only 1.5 plates remaining left on this bottom lane turret for Rogue. Comp and Trimby continue to struggle as Yagao disengages Larson with the stolen Lee Sin kick, and Hope is just so damn good!
The Gale Force combined with the ultimate. Beautiful execution from Hope, finds a 2v2 kill, and JDG are dominating the bot side of the map.
Oh, Vanny, this is actually just brutal to watch here. JDG are firing on all cylinders. Nobody giving an opening here to Rogue to even try and fight back. 369 on the top side, though, as I speak, he might be the opening.
Remember, this is how they got their first kill in the game, and now Rogue are looking to do it again. Malrang takes the Q2 and gets the kill onto the top laner.
That's where all the kills have come from, where all the money so far, and it's going into a lethality Lee Sin.
It's a consolation prize at this point. Kanavi will smite that one away. Let's see if Rogue can get something.
Oh, Rogue will get something indeed. Kanavi drops and Larson gets the kill. Nice catch there.
So while it is a small mistake coming out from the side of JDG, in the bigger picture, it really doesn't mean much, because you see this gaping void in the bot side of the map where it feels like Rogue don't even have an AD carry at this point in the game, whereas JDG's Hope is fully online and ready to dominate.
At least off those mistakes here from JDG, Rogue will be able to get a dragon for themselves. They will be able to get an objective in addition to the extra gold from those 2 straggling kills. So a nice little, another spark of hope given over here as it puts a stop to any JDG stacking, as well as giving some nice sustain. An Ocean Dragon pretty early into the game here, just 13 minutes, can help out, you know, like this Maokai against the Gwen pretty significantly.
You call it a spark of hope, but they don't want hope anywhere near them. They want hope to stay very far away, Kobe.
That's true. Hope hurts right now. Hope is very painful. Gale Force.
A lot of tower shots. Hang on a minute.
He's nearly dead there from the turret shots, but Rogue won't be able to collapse in time. They're still going to get the plate money there from getting the Herald charge. Only 30 seconds before those plates would fall. Over a 3,000 gold lead now for JDG.
And 2,000 of it sits in the difference between the AD carries. Like, it is, yeah, that's one way of describing it. It's one of those situations where Larson is farming very well. He's kind of your late game insurance as the game goes on, and Odo Amne will be a threat and difficult to deal with because you expect Hope to go for the Bloodthirst a second. He won't have many tools in his kit to be able to rip through the front line that is Odo Amne. And Rogue's comp, it does scale quite well into the game. The problem that they'll have is managing with 369 in the side lane later on, and the fact that Yagao can steal away this Maokai ultimate means that JDG do have ways to start fights of their own.
And it's such a cool story for Hope as well. You know, both him and Cop joining these teams so recently, but for Hope especially in the LPL, there's so many star AD carries that get the limelight all the time, and yet Hope has been such a huge performer for JDG throughout this entire year.
It's pretty interesting how, as you rightly said, both of them join at the beginning of the year, then in summer both AD carries are able to win their first title. And previously they were both kind of trapped in the organizations with Hope existing on EDG and then Rogue Comp being trapped in Vitality, even being benched at one point in his career. The fact that they've both been able to make it this far within their careers and have been such massive turning points, eyes now fall on them, especially here in Game 2, where Comp is in such a deficit and Hope is being raised to be the carry for this game.
Exactly. Eyes are on Comp to be able to try to find some way back into this game, be relevant on the Lucian, find that damage that did give Rogue that angle in Game 1 where they caught up to JDG, where they evened the gold. It was Comp's damage getting it done in those fights, but JDG's lead is very scary. 4,000 gold now as Hope leads the charge, has Gravitum, so can provide extra CC here if they need it, but no fight is going to break out just yet, as Yagao will be sent top to deal with a wave there. Kanavi coming up, might look for Larson, doesn't find the stun. Larson can just walk it off.
I like this macro from JDG simply because they know they're so far ahead, they don't want to let Rogue answer with one of these cross-map plays. Azir was trying to take that turret on top side while they got the split push done, but JDG make the threat moving up into the river. They don't want to let any of this early gold from one of the outer towers go down, and they easily secure the Rift Herald for themselves.
Keep your eyes on 369. The moment that they spotted out Malrang, what does he do? Push this bot wave all the way up to the tier 2 tower. He knows he's not at any real threat. Comp, though, going to take a chunk of damage. Hope investing the ultimate to force him back means that this is guaranteed another tower for JDG.
Nicely done from JDG to move it forward, but now they're going to get shoved back. The Maokai ulti flies through. Odoamne is the target, but he's nice and tanky. Yagao dies first, and Rogue have found themselves a man advantage for now. Malrang still trying to get away, but Kanavi puts a sword in his stomach as Hope continues charging forward. It's an even trade, 1-for-1. Mid laner for the jungler, and JDG fall back.
The good news for Rogue is there really isn't that much on that map for JDG to take, but they've already taken your mid tier 1. They're going to take all of your jungle camps, and while Rogue do find a kill, the gold lead only continues to mount. It's near 5k, and we're not even 17 minutes in yet.
Yeah, because JDG, they still get this tower. They get the objective and trade the kills 1-for-1. Nice little jump here, though. Yagao a little bit too early there. He went into the Maokai ultimate, and then Odo had a nice little bot back on him, and they get the Lee Sin kick to be able to kill Yagao, but it also cost Malrang his life going in for that kick as Kanavi's able to chase him down.
5,000 gold at 17 minutes, man, is a frightening prospect, but the Gwen may once again be a target. Malrang goes in for the chilling smite, but 369 saves his dash, dodges away from the Sonic Wave. He'll get back underneath the turret as Rogue are still desperately trying to stop this bleeding. 30 seconds until the next Drake spawns. As you guys mentioned earlier, there's no stacking win condition right now for either side. 1-to-1 on that Drake count, but I would expect that Rogue would not want to fight in open ground against JDG with this lead.
So look at how the map is being played out right now. We can see Yagao pushing out the top side. He's going to quickly go back to base, spend what money he can. 369's base actually got interrupted, so he hasn't had an opportunity to reset yet. We can see Malrang looking for a pick.
Okay, 369 may have been caught here, but doing a good job fighting back. 369 chops him up, and Yagao is ready to go in. Everfrost finds the slow, and Kanavi and Yagao will chase Odoamne right back to the ruins of the tier 1 turret, and those ruins are gonna make a nice tombstone. He keeps trying to run. Odo makes him waste a little more time, but that's 2 for JDG.
The idea was good from Rogue, but the execution was so much better from JDG. It hurt to watch Malrang miss that Q on the kick, because that would have been a kill. But even if he gets that kill, the TP in from Yagao, the fact that Kanavi had control over the bot river, Rogue were intending to convert that kill into a Drake, but instead JDG converted it into 2 more and a Drake for themselves.
It's a bit of a hands diff here in game number 2. The execution on the dive from Rogue earlier, or the execution from JDG earlier versus this from Rogue now. You can see them going in, but it just doesn't work out.
Yeah, and you know the thought process behind it. You kick, you should be able to guarantee your Q afterwards, but he goes a little bit wide there. Nerves under tower, not able to hit it. And then you just get punished for it. It takes a long time to chop this tree down. Odo demonstrating very nicely the ability of W to dodge so many skill shots, so much damage there, and get off his passive heals, but in the end, they still chase down the kill. They get that objective.
Yagao, his TP timing just couldn't have been better, right? The fact that he just pushed out that top wave, literally just went back to base to spend his gold, and then is able to TP down to the bot side of the map. JDG putting on a clinic once again. Game 1, it was through the jungle. Game 2, it's through the bot lane, and Rogue seem to be routed. as JDG is looking to make this 2-0 in this series.
The pain train of the 2-item Gwen has arrived. It's kind of early as well, ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
Pre-20 minutes, and already you have the Void Staff following up that Riftmaker. Those are the items built to melt tanks. 369 is built to completely demolish Odo in the side.
And if you want to talk about 2-item spikes, you got Hope with the same thing here. That Bloodthirster completed next to the Gale Force makes this Fed of Felios that much more difficult to ever zero out, to ever make a play on. Still just working with half a second item there over for comp. So that notable difference between 80 carries continues as JDG will now leave the enemy jungle. Rogue still at least have control over some part of the map for themselves. But Yagao is happy to continually go up into this top side, get these waves pushed out, continue getting that solo EXP there on the Sylas. JDG falling back again here with 369 because they know he's always the target.
And a little bit of a reminder why JDG consider one of the big favorites coming into the tournament overall. The team play, the individual play, let's get another look at it here as Kanavi blast cone over, and he does run straight into Lee Sin. Gonna have to call for some backup there. The numbers are heading down. Look at the mini-map. Rotating all the way over here. The rest of the JDG members clearing out the vision on their way.
But I don't think we're going to get a fight. I don't think there's anybody ready to quite square off just yet, at least not until more backup arrives. As you can see, Rogue giving it up. They're going to fall back here a little bit. Trimby and Larson making their way out as Kanavi just clears out the waves down in bottom. Hope is left alone in mid lane, just continuing to funnel farm here into the AD carry.
The damage from Larson is very real. Level 14 on the mid laner. 2 items have been completed, and he is matching Hope on CS, but I don't know if he alone is enough to be the turning point. Eyes will be on him. A lot of responsibility and pressure on his shoulders. When we think about the European greats, Larson has always been considered a good European mid laner, but never really one of the best. And this could be a big opportunity for him to prove himself internationally, especially when you go back 2 years and Yagao really had his number when they met in the group stages of 2020.
Yep, the only surviving matchup of that 2020 matchup there, Larson versus Yagao. Both of them remembering. JDG, though, they're right over to Baron. 22 minutes into the game, they're going to burn it down here. It's red-white guns for Aphelios. That thing will melt.
And you've got Viego working on it, too. He's a nice Baron DPS. It's already down to 2,000 HP. Rogue won't even make it 2 neighborhoods over before the thing is already down. JDG, 22-minute Baron.
Just flawless map control once again from JDG. They invested so much vision into the top side of the map. They kept Yagao in a side lane to keep the pressure up. And Rogue, they've just never had any options to reclaim that control. And you can see how suffocating JDG can be. They showed it in Game 1, they're showing it again in Game 2.
Rogue getting whatever they can, knowing they do not want a fight with a Baroned up JDG. They take the mid lane tier 1, but sacrifice their top lane tier 2 for it. JDG are not backing off. They're just going to take the tier 3 turret here in top side as well. And there it is, less than 1 minute after the Baron. They've broken into the base. Damage from Larson, finding Hope here a little bit. Gwen is immune, looking to walk out, but she gets caught at the very edge of her own zone. 369, he's down. And Odoamne trying to retreat now as they'll find Kanavi as well. Rogue just got 2. Yagao dove into the middle of all 5 players, and Rogue may be able to find a third. Flash out, keeps Yagao going. Nicely done, nicely fought from Rogue.
We got to see the nerf on Gwen. The duration on the immunity on the W was taken down, and he ends up going back to get rooted. Rogue, some signs of life here, picking up 2 kills for them. It is very sad that there's no Baron or anything up for them to take, but if they can get this Dragon, that's a 500 gold base objective shutdown, a lot of extra gold, plus the Dragon stats here. 5K and counting.
JDG doesn't want to let him grab it. Malrang still doing the damage here. Larson helping him out.
Oh my.
There we go. That was way too close for comfort. Yagao seeing if he could chase him over the wall, but he won't find it. Let's take another look at the top side and how Rogue found this opening.
So you can see the damage from Larssen is still very good. He forces Hope back, and remember that there's no real way for Yagao to get involved in this fight because of how separated he is. The root comes down onto 369. He gets chunked out of the fight with the finish off from Comp, and then Kanavi comes in from the flank, only to end up being killed himself.
Yeah, 369 thought he was being a little cheeky there, surfing on the Maokai ultimate with his W immunity up. It runs out, and he's still in there, so gets rooted. And Kanavi was trying to come around for the pincer movement with the exact timing, but ends up giving his kill over as well. Meanwhile, a sneak attack here from Rogue gets a little bit of a chunk onto 369 again.
369's fine, though. He's chilling. He's having a good time. Still most of the HP bar left. Trimby's at half HP. He dies instantly if somebody hits him.
I think JDG is over-grouping right now. They have the TP on Yagao, and he still has the Baron buff. He could just be pushing in the mid lane, but instead they're giving Rogue an option here. The fact that Rogue can stay together as 5 and fight's the best-case scenario for Rogue.
And it looks like we might get that fight. Stolen Maokai ulti over the wall here as Yagao's going to eat some damage. JDG, they wanted to force, they wanted to make a move, but it ain't going to happen. Rogue hold the line.
JDG are just running face first into an Azir. And it's not just any Azir, it's a level 15 Azir that's nearly got 3 items completed. I feel like that they're just wasting their time here when they could have been playing the map much more aggressively. They had so many more options on the map, but instead choosing to tunnel into that bot lane has given Rogue time to get more farm, get more levels, and still have a chance in this game.
Yeah, I mean, the timing on the mistake over there in the top lane where 369 gets caught was perfect for Rogue. That opening to be able to go over just as Dragon is spawning, and even without Malrang's Smite, bursting it down to 63 health and then getting the Dragon plus the objective bounty shutdown, taking more things off the map so that JDG couldn't, punish them for the next few minutes as well, gives them some time to try and farm back into this. Your hopes of that Azir carrying in the late game are alive.
The biggest thing for JDG is that Hope has now secured an Infinity Edge, but so has Comp. I was not expecting him to have the money to just secure that. You imagine that all of the objective bounties and the kill that he was able to get early on to 369 have contributed to that. And look at that, Larssen just turned level 16. Things are starting to look a little brighter for the side of Rogue.
Rogue are going to need to continue this, however, continue scaling up, continue getting those big items. There's the Sonic Wave onto Hope, but Malrang knows that there's not really a play to be made there with that one, so doesn't take the Q2, as Rogue will continue trying to defend, trying to fight for vision here in their own jungle. A different look from the last game where everything was so dark. Rogue felt like they didn't have any way to even make it out of their own jungle. They've at least still got a foot here as Kanavi. 30% HP. They'll have to walk away from this one. And Rogue have done a good job of stopping that bleeding I was talking about earlier. They are holding the line now against a JDG that's still looking like they don't have a solid plan of where to go from here.
Yeah, they clench their teeth here on the red buff. They secure their own red buff and are even able to give it over to Comp. Instead of having to smite it away, they bully Kanavi off of it. The small wins here for Rogue really stacking up. JDG, though, still have supreme control of the map, and with the Baron now arriving in 40 seconds, all they have to do is push out on the bottom lane first, set up plenty of this vision through blue quadrant. Thank you, Missing. Perfect timing on that one to be able to set up and see the approach from Rogue, because there is quite a nice turn here from JDG. If Yagao is able to steal away this Maokai ultimate, they'll be able to peel off of it and try to punish.
Yeah, I think the most important takeaway right now is, yes, Rogue have found a brief moment of respite. They've been able to recover, secure a couple more items, secure a couple more levels, and things look favorable, but they still need to get into an area of the map that they don't control. And this is something that they have struggled with in both Game 1 and Game 2. Let's see if they can get to the stronghold of JDG.
Oh, it's early, though. The Baron is still at 7,000.
Okay, this could be the big make or break moment. Yagao's found his way into the back, nearly instantly kills Trimby. The Baron is secured by JDG, and 369 is ready to fight. The Ghost is already activated. Oruamne tries to survive here in the very front, but he won't do it. Hope on a killing spree, 5v4 for 45 seconds, and they aren't done yet. Yagao is so low. Kanavi's made his way into the middle, but now he's all alone. Hope finally joins the fray, and he's firing off the bullets left and right. Larssen and Trimby try to get away, but Hope takes out Comp, and JDG are 5v3.
JDG just wipe Rogue off the map as they just walk up and watch JDG as they secure the Baron. It felt like Rogue wanted to do something, but there was no window, and JDG shut Rogue down.
The inhibitor turret collapses. The inhibitor collapses. The other one is exposed, but they do not care. JDG is looking to end game 2. They go straight on in. They'll claim Malrang, and Larson tries to escape underneath the turret. It won't matter. Nexus falls. JDG moved to match point.
With only the smallest little hiccup there for JDG. Barely a speed bump on their way to victory in this game.
It feels like that JDG just has a much better understanding of how to play these fights. At every opportunity, Rogue tried to see a window. JDG immediately close it. They cover it with curtains. They just dim it out. There is no window for Rogue, and it immediately gets shut down. It's an impressive performance overall from JDG, cementing themselves as reason as to why they're favorites to win the whole thing.
Yes, like I said, this is why so many fans had so much faith, and why JDG are one of the big tournament favorites coming in, because their execution in game has been flawless, but also they answered the draft question for blue side with flying colors. Yep. Absolutely demolished again. Just Gwen pick counter into the Maokai and made it look like business as usual.
And taking the Baron at 22 minutes with that map control that you were talking about, Vedius, JDG had a plan. The plan got a little wacky after they got the Baron because, like you were talking about, they were forcing these team fights. They were trying to group up, make all these things happen. I was impressed with Rogue's ability to dig in and defend better than they did in game number 1. But just being better at getting hit in the mouth doesn't win you a fight. And what I need to see from Rogue is something that's going to win them a fight. Their backs are against the wall now. No more chances.
Yeah, that final fight was a little depressing to watch because they literally just kind of walked into a choke point, walked back out again. That was the whole fight for them, and they got chased down. So there was never really an opportunity for them to leverage all of the power that they'd just been able to pick up for themselves. And I think this is going to be the determining thing. If you don't even come in, well, the thing is they're not coming to these fights at a level playing field to start off with, but they're also not finding creative ways into the fights either, which is just making it such a one-sided affair for JDG.
Well, they got to do something about the Aphelios Lulu into Lucian Nami.
They do.
That is a one-way street, okay? Do not run that back again. I do not want to see a third game of that because Hope and Missing have just smashed so far this series.
Yeah, the dive early on, the 3v2 with Kanavi coming down there when they're stuck underneath the turret. The follow-up 2v2 kill where they just absolutely explode comp once the Gale Force is online for Hope. JDG were frightening here in game number 2. And while the team's ready up for match point, we're breaking down the game at the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Captain Flowers, and welcome to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where the series score now stands at 2-0. JDG well out in front. And I think this second game, at least in terms of the way it played out, kind of the pacing, and ultimately the way it fell into JDG's favor, a little bit more akin to what expectation was coming into the day.
I don't think anyone's incredibly surprised by what we're seeing. I think JDG...
Did you not do 3-0?
Okay, yeah, but...
I was going to say, somebody should be surprised on this
it's
net
opposite day.
Based on their predictions,
No, in reality, JDG looked incredible in the group stage. They were one of the actual tournament favorites, and I think right now they're just a step above Rogue, maybe multiple steps. They're outclassing them individually, they're outclassing them as a team, and it all started from the bot lane. You draft a comp where you have Gwen in isolation into Maokai, got a couple kills there, Malrang, yes, but the bot side 3v3 was a disaster.
And the big thing we talked about going into this matchup is where can Rogue find openings? Oh, maybe it's in JD Gaming's early game. However, especially with this bot dive, the way they juggle turret aggro, this response of the Aphelios Lulu into the Lucian Nami, it's been looking really good for JDG right off the bat.
And it's great to see Hope stepping up as well. I was kind of disappointed to see that Hope, coming into his first World Championship, was taking a step back. You could see the nerves. He wasn't really playing to the expectations we had for this player, but now he's having a fantastic time, and being able to give those resources to that bot side has unlocked Hope to really show his true potential.
Look at that. Level 7, just clean diving the enemy bot lane. Gale Force as well.
Damn,
can
we see it? It's like, won't stand up.
You gotta get to stand up, dig out toothpaste.
I'm gonna have to eat some of that.
Too much of our show right now revolves around this little tube of toothpaste. It's making
it's
me
neatly made, I must say. But it was just all bot lane. Hope just took over the game from that point onwards. And the last fight was the saddest thing to watch because it felt like Rogue got to a point where they could actually maybe contest because they had Rabadons, they had a 3-item Lucian, right?
Yeah.
They're walking into a Baron pit, but they never had space to work with. And JDG's team fighting in terms of shutting down the carries from having a positioning to fight back is just clear. It's just so perfect.
Yeah, and I think Rogue actually did a decent job of trying to find picks on the top side, right? Like they were getting picks onto 369, they were finding picks onto Kanavi, but it just never felt like it was ever going to be enough. Like that's why we saw the Rabadon's death cap being built by the Azir, because he'd gotten all the resources he needed to carry. But again, we're seeing where JDG picked fights, how quickly Yagel was able to get into good positioning to get in onto the backline, especially around that Baron, made it nigh impossible for them to actually contest anything that JDG were doing.
Yeah, you can see why they heavily prioritized the Sylas, right? Because especially in that fight, Yagao was able to have the Maokai ult come across, zone them out, and then wrap around. So that part was really, really important.
Yeah, just in general, I think for me the major difference between game 1 and game 2, right, is what we talked about, the difference in the early game. That was the opening that we've kind of identified for Rogue, and they just didn't even build the kind of lead that they had in game number 1, and it means that earlier on in the game we start to see team fights and skirmishes go the way of JDG. It feels like Rogue needs that gold cushion, that handicap of a few thousand gold to outplay the players on the other side.
But that's the problem we're seeing, right? Like, no matter where you put your resources, it always feels like JDG have a carry in those lanes. Like, we talked about the bot lane getting all the resources. Look at the damage 369 did. Like, it feels like no matter where you end up putting your focus here for Rogue, there's somewhere else in the team that's going to step up. And this has been the story of JDG all main stage long. Every time you put the bot lane behind, the 3 on the top side take over the game. They bring it back. 369 had that fantastic Aatrox game. It feels like there's just no way to put JDG down.
And hope's running out for Rogue, I have to admit, because this was the one game I looked at in terms of draft, and I thought, okay, this is the best chance they're going to get. Maokai top, Azir, Lucian, Nami. We saw it in game 1 just with the lack of that engaged top laner. Now they have that engaged top laner. Odoamne can maybe go even top, but the second they fell behind and started losing fights, now that they've lost this game, I think that was basically the nail in the coffin for Rogue. They're going to have to throw everything out the window and just try something completely new.
Yeah, and that's why I'm really curious where they're going to go. They have selected blue side for the next game. And if you compare their game 1 and game 2 drafts, we can take a look at what teams have been prioritizing on the red side. I thought it was really interesting that JDG left both the Ornn and the Maokai open, and they were like, you know what? We just don't want the Yuumi, we don't want the Aatrox in game 2. And then previously, Rogue had banned out Aatrox, Yuumi, and then the Sylas against Yagao with good reason, as we just saw from this game.
Right, so yeah, if we flip on over to that game 2 draft, we're going to see what Rogue at least prioritized coming into their first blue side game of the series. But sticking to this side, KJ, you say throw everything out.
Yeah, definitely. This is their bread and butter comfort, and they lost on it. The fact that JDG is last picking an AP solo laner to match a Sylas, which is a melee engager, into such a brutal teamfight comp, you're just throwing it as if it's like a, I mean, Dom tweeted, I think it was like a bit of a cocky pick, you know, not so much JDG style to go for the Gwen, and Ornn would have been a simpler, we're going to teamfight you and win through bot kind of scenario, but yeah, it's running really out of hope here for Rogue. They need to play something completely different.
Go, Dagger, you got anything?
I mean, it's hard to kind of, like,
you're like,
look,
no, I'm happy.
I'm
you're
the
like,
LPL,
yeah,
right?
exactly.
So it's like,
you're happy. You're
performing well, right?
Yeah. 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, I was already there with the 3-0, but honestly, I think it is heartbreaking for Rogue, especially as the last Western team, right? You really want to see them get something back on the board for them, so I'd love to see them come in with something creative, try and bring out something that's a little bit different, but I think that's kind of been the story of Rogue, right? Even though we are looking at how they played in LEC, it is very similar to what we're seeing now. It hasn't been a lot of adaptation, and I think now that they're up against JDG, who've kind of figured them out, I need to see if they have anything left in the tank.
Emily, quick final thoughts.
And how it has to happen, I think, is actually coming from the jungle, right? Because we really highlighted how important Malrong is to this team's early game, how that could be a focus for them going up against JDG, despite the fact that JDG are such a good mid to late game team, and Kanavi has gotten the better of him both times.
All right, we're putting the focus on Malrong to get it done for Rogue in game number 3. Now, if you're looking for more League of Legends content, check out the newest episode of Dive For Ya. It's an extended cast with Atlas, Dracos, Kobe, and Azael all breaking down the group stage action in the longest episode in the podcast history. Give it a listen. We'll see you back here for Match Point right after this.
It was really good. Everyone is so good with comms and everything. It was really clean.
Yep, I think we can win.
Yeah, wow, for sure.
Yeah, wow.
She believes that one
Valorant saying that.
Nice. Gwen is immune, looking to walk out, but she gets caught at the very edge of her own zone. 369, he's down. And Odoamne trying to retreat now as they'll find Kanavi as well. And they aren't done yet. Yagao is so low. Kanavi's made his way into the middle, but now he's all alone. Hope finally joins the fray, and he's firing off the bullets left and right. Larson and Trimby try to get away, but Hope takes out Comp, and JDG are 5v3.
Bring me the next shiny new thing. 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 I strike gold. Yeah, I strike lightning. Oh, bring me the next. Oh, bring me the next.
Chaos is king in this Assist of the Week presented by State Farm. With Zeus on the run, T1 called in the cavalry and emerged from all sides to swarm Cloud9, securing Guma the quadra kill.
For 2, the Ring of Frost may cost Faker his life. He goes golden. Gumayushi is going to be backed up by Carrier. The Killer Instinct. That's 1. That's 2. Jensen pumped for a triple. Guma gets a quadra.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Worlds 2022. We just got to look at Times Square and Madison Square Garden. It said square twice. I goofed it up. But we're here in beautiful NYC thanks to the OnePlus Cam giving us a look at Madison Square Garden and Times Square, where right now Rogue have their backs against the wall. Gentlemen, it's a 2-0 lead for JDG, and Rogue are back on blue, and they're still banning Graves.
Yeah, Graves is back on the bench where he should stay.
They're gonna run it back, aren't they?
Yes, I believe so.
You don't sound happy, Betty.
Please don't pick Lucian Nami, man.
You don't sound happy.
It's just they haven't won lane once, man. The way they win, if they're going to, is they need a winning 2v2 matchup bot lane. And I want to see Trimby when, they're going to ban away.
There we go.
Wait, this is basically just them saying, aha, what are you going to do now? We'll just pick Lucian Nami again.
So the thing is, if they don't pick it early here, JDG can use it. Like,
yes. Yes, they can, Kobe.
Open missing Lucian Nami has been fearsome. So now with the Felios already out, so you can't do Lulu Felios back into them. They re-pick up the Maokai here, which should be noted is one of the most flexible picks at the entire tournament. So this could go back into Odo Omne's hands. They could obviously still flex it. And this is exactly what we're saying, because if you don't, then guess what? Hope and Missing are just going to pick up the Lucian Nami themselves.
Okay, but they don't take the Nami because they don't need to go for it yet. They'll lock the Sylas instead, and it's Kalista Soraka for Rogue.
And the Soraka for Trimby was one of the most lauded picks of the entire LEC, playoffs, right? So,
do you want a fun fact about this bot lane?
What do you got?
The first time they ever played this bot lane was in the finals. They didn't even scrim it. They just picked it. They were like, Soraka makes sense, but Soraka Kalista, and they're like, And that's literally the first time that they ever played it.
What a badass move. That's Chad right there.
Chad,
I mean, they're saying they're just doing the run back.
Nah, I don't need that.
They're doing the run back now, like from what they found success with in the finals. I think it's risky, but like, what options do you have left? You're 2-0 down. You got to take risks at this point.
Exactly. Give me something different. At least we're not going to watch another Aphelios Lulu into it and a smashing there. But okay, so as expected, those bottom lanes fleshed out. Now onto the solo lanes here, though. They're trying to, again, for Rogue side, whittle down on those 3-6-9 threats into the Maokai. The tank killers. Fiora is paramount. That's a big one. Ooh. The Gwen was also a big issue, too. So I'm curious what Rogue think is the next biggest threat that 3-6-9 had, and if it's going to be the Gwen, because that would kind of funnel them into the double AP solo lanes.
The Jarvan is up this time around, Kobe. We've seen it banned in Game 1 and Game 2. I wonder if Rogue will look to prioritize it, or if they will in fact move this Maokai into the jungle. My expectations are that we're looking at a Jarvan-Orianna combo here for Rogue.
Ooh, baby, that could be spicy, but let's see what JDG is going to pick first. They banned away Larsen's Azir, so that's not an option here. Kanavi on the Viego last game, part of that level 3 super clean gank in the bottom lane. Got cut out a couple of times there. Nearly punished, but their lead was enough to keep him going, and it's locked in again.
And then there's a couple directions to go, but they instantly lock it already. The LeBlanc here slammed into the Sylas. LeBlanc, Lee Sin, this is all about trying to punish Sylas early. You do not want to let Sylas scale. You go LeBlanc in, chain him, Lee Sin gank, insta-kill, try and snowball. This look from Rogue, I actually like this. They're saying, we're going to go all early game, see if we can rush this down.
Yeah, you say all early game, make sure you put all of it in all capital letters, because I don't see what the hell scales here if that early game doesn't go well for Rogue.
If we were talking about Youngest Caps or we were talking about Humanoid Razorg, this would be a mid-jungle that I am used to.
Okay.
Larsen and Malrang,
not so much.
This is not a duo that we ever really saw from them. Like, Malrang just doesn't go mid. Like, he'll cover mid, he might throw a gank there, here and then, but the mid-jungle synergy has never been the talking point of this Rogue roster. But now that they find themselves with their potentially last game of the year, they're saying, you know what, Larsen, if you feel you're playing really well, if you have confidence in your ability against Jagao, we're putting your faith in you, and it's the mid-jungle synergy all the way.
Yeah, a wise man just told me a story about Rogue first timing stuff in Best of Series on stage. So
that was
might as well, first time, get this jungle mid synergy going, because Lee Sin LeBlanc is one of the best pairings, one of the highest kill threat pairings that you can have in League.
And I mean, what is there really much more to say about JDG's comp? We've pretty much seen a very similar style from them every single game. What you're seeing on your screen now is, yes, while there are different picks, it's very much what we're used to from JDG, and I expect the same level of performance. Where Kanavi will invest looks to me like the bot side of the map. We need to keep our eyes on that level 3, we need to keep our eyes on that level 5, because those stacked waves is where Kanavi likes to attack.
And one of the big things I'm looking at here is the engage power of JDG. They have the Ornn for 369. They will have the stolen Maokai ultimate for Yagao. The way that these can be sequenced and layered can create a lot of problems, but I want to see creativity from Rogue. I want to see playmaking from Rogue. I want to see aggro coming out of Rogue, because if we don't get it, they're going home.
And Comp has got to be able to carry. This Rogue team has got to focus to the bottom lane to find success there. They need this Kalista to be able to carry, to stack the dragons, to actually have a win condition with this setup.
You can hear the fans trying to showcase their support. Remember that all the pressure falls on Rogue. Many European organizations have made it to the semifinals of the World Championship. The first seed of Europe has been a strong representative throughout past years, and now all that responsibility falls onto the shoulders of Rogue.
And as we're waiting for minions to collide, remember the Prime Gaming has given away 150,000, that's right, 4 zeros, RP to several lucky fans every single day of Worlds. Head over to primegamingworlds22.com to enter and make sure to put in today's secret code to get some bonus entries. But now we're ready to go. We got junglers both starting on their top half buffs, so they should both be pathing towards the bottom part of the map.
Kobe, can you make the minimap larger for me, please? Because I have to highlight this
you.
early ward. Look at this ward dropped on the Wolf Camp and the red buff this time. They've caught on to what Malrang was doing, and they're like, let's see if we can get information on where he starts this time. And again, he usurps them. He says, no, you will never know which camp I am starting at.
This is the funniest game of Battleship I've ever seen. They miss again. Malrang is too good at Battleship. Starts over here, blue buff crop. Eventually, though, he's going to have to go to 1 with vision on it.
Is he going to get spotted? Here we go.
Dun, dun. Direct hit!
All right, they found him. Malrang has been spotted on the Wolf Camp, so JDG at least know what's going on. B3. Is Kanavi already in the bottom half of the map because he didn't clear his Krugs, only did a 2 camp clear in the top side, so he is a bit ahead of Malrang in that respect. As you can see, Larson just jumping underneath the turret and immediately snapping back, having to play this matchup aggressive, having to get this set up so that he can work together with Malrang to build these leads. But you're seeing Kanavi walk over a ward here. He's looking for a potential play. He flashes into the tri-brush, but he's spotted. He's found. It's no summoner spell, but it doesn't matter, or does it? Kanavi in trouble. Malrang with a sonic wave, but the resonating strike don't hit right. And Kanavi, he lives!
Oh my goodness, that vision play from Rogue was so good though. The ward over here sees him come in, they almost can punish. They can't quite finish him off, and Malrang wants more. He's searching for him.
The final auto attack from Comp, it either went on to Hope or it went on to Missing a Cock. I didn't quite see who it was, but you could see it flying, and it just wasn't going to Kanavi. They were so close to securing first blood, but look at how much control Rogue have over the bot side of the map. This is the first time in this series that the Rogue bot lane 2v2 is getting that early push and winning out.
And I love the evolution here of the preemptive work done by both teams. You know, trying to find Malrang there on the Wolf Camp. Meanwhile, Kanavi warded out. He has no flash.
Okay, Kanavi, you're gonna have to play careful, buddy. I don't think that's your scuttle crab. And Malrang will be able to pick that one up.
This is the biggest difference in any of the games so far.
Hold on now. Comp's at 100 HP, but Comp got first blood 2v2. Trimby lands a slow, and Hello has none. A double kill to the Rogue AD carry.
Comp had to win, and they do it for Rogue. Vetty, with their backs against the walls, a must-win game for Rogue. It is a double kill for Comp early.
This is the Comp I am used to. This is the man that would win his lane domestically. They know they have the heal. He cleanses the ignite. He sidesteps the damage. Hope flashes back in. And then they know that with the support from Soraka and the consistent healing, the slow is applied. Comp lands the Q. double kill for the bot lane of Rogue.
The Trimby Soraka strikes again. Healing him up, keeping Comp afloat, hitting the slow to keep him in range, and both of the kills going into the hands of the Kalista. This is going to be a big problem for JDG. So, again, the game plan, refocusing on Rogue's plan to win, their win conditions, stacking these dragons off this bottom lane focus here with the Kalista. You have the Rend plus Smite combination to actually implement this control.
Well, Rogue now need to do the tried and true mid into bot. For anyone that is very familiar with any LeBlanc Lee Sin lanes, typically what you do is you oppress the mid, you throw out ganks, you get their flash, you do everything in your power to put as much pressure as possible, and then you transition that pressure from mid into the bot lane, especially with a winning situation like this, with JDG having no summoners bot. And look at the CS lead that Larssen has been able to build in mid lane. We talked about how he was feeling himself in the matchup against Yagao, and already in this matchup, he is putting the pressure on.
Yeah, the LeBlanc against Silas early on, very abusive in the range. Also, though, every time we've seen this Ornn matchup into Maokai, the Brittle just so good here, abusing the Maokai early on, getting a CS lead here as well. 369 once again with another good pick here into Odo. But that mid lane, if they could get the flash off of Yagao and open up the LeBlanc to roam bottom like you're saying, that would really further along their dragon efforts, and Malrang's already here.
Malrang and Kanavi will find each other here in the brush. Malrang with an instant snap trade there. Meanwhile, back in top, it's 369 getting feisty on him, forcing the flash out of the Maokai.
Yeah, good job there from Odo, flashing away. You have to flash the last bit of the W of the fire coming out, or else you get the Brittle on you again, and it's the big combo.
Larssen and Malrang, here they are. It's LeBlanc, it's Lee Sin, it's the rotation bottom, but they know that JDG is going to be expecting this. Instead, they're going to turn attention right back over to Yagao. They will not be able to lock him down or find the kill.
That was so close, though. The chain going wide from Larssen there. Still, they get the flash off of Yagao. It should be a start on the Dragon.
Dragon itself is leashed. The Sonic Wave to pull it out of the pit. They do have the control ward in the back part of that. They've got Scuttlecrab vision. They've still got that control ward protecting up towards mid lane as well. And with the control of bot lane afforded to them by Comp and Trimby, this will be an easy first Drake take for Rogue.
I'm just... as someone that's been casting Rogue for the last year, it's, oh my god, Larssen, he could kill him here. Deciding not to overcommit, doesn't have any more cooldowns left, of course, not running the Ignite. I just always assume LeBlanc's run Ignite, but now we see Kanavi looking to attack. He knows that Odo Omne has no flash. Odo has the ultimate, though. He's just going to sacrifice this farm as they trade in mid.
Okay, Yagao's trying to get a little spicy here. He snaps back to where he started with the stolen distortion, so Malrang's not able to find a punish. Odo Omne goes right back underneath the tier 1 turret here in the top side. It is already 2 plates taken at 7 minutes by this Ornn. Malrang's gonna find Kanavi here on his own blue buff, and now we're gonna get into a jungler versus jungler scrap. Kanavi, 400 HP. They want to fight over this buff. It is secured by the Viego, who now has his ultimate. He will still walk away. They know that Larssen is still hanging around nearby, but Kanavi can turn attention back up to the top lane if he wants. Maokai's still very low mana, but has healed up.
Yeah, simple little smite timing difference there, allowing Kanavi to get the level 6 off blue.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised Malrang didn't commit harder onto the fight with Kanavi. There must be something here that he saw that I didn't. You see more trading down towards the bot side. Hope used the E.
Hope's in some trouble. He gets out, but it costs his flash. Comp using his to try to make the move too.
There's a window here where they could actually look to dive. Kanavi being on the top side of the map, they know exactly where he is. Once again, though, Rogue sacrificing this early Herald because they want to try and keep the pressure up here in the bot lane 2 versus 2.
Okay, Hope's once again silenced. I love the Soraka silence, man. It's one of those things that's so difficult to deal with if you're not used to playing against it. It's a rare mechanic in the game as Yagao steps right into the brush. It's an alley-oop, but where's the rest of the damage? Yagao stays alive. He keeps fighting. 1 versus 2. The JDG mid laner is just an absolute titan here in this fight. 369 will solo kill Omne, and Yagao will walk away from the Rogue ambush in mid.
And the JDG solo laner standing tall here. 369 lays down the hammer.
What the hell happened there? Like, the top lane thing, we saw 369 just bullying Odo Omne all lane. He's just getting the better of the matchup, but that should have been a kill onto Yagao. The fact that it wasn't... my mouth is agape right now. I have no idea. So we're going to watch back on this little skirmish up towards the top side. I hope we also get to see what happened in mid as well. Of course, odoamne not having the flash available, and JDG just, or 369 rather, playing very well. Yeah. Does have the flash available, applies the slow, gets the last auto in with the grass proc, and that's enough to get that kill. But Larssen, like, I don't know how he did not get that kill. That seemed like a surefire kill onto Yagao, and the fact that he walks away with that, Rogue should not have let that happen.
We've got 2 mythic items in the game, and they are owned by the 2 men topping that gold chart that's on your screen right now. The Immortal Shield Bow for Comp, the Frostfire Gauntlet for 369. Ornn is just whooping on Maokai here in the top lane. odoamne struggling to deal with 369 in this matchup here, and with the mythic difference, it's only going to get worse. Kanavi's making his way up here now too. There's no Ornn ulti, it's not recharged yet. Odo does have his own ult potentially ready to save him here. Flashes out to avoid the death, but still loses a big chunk of HP.
JDG heavily investing in the top side of the map. They know that there's very little that they can get back from the bot side. If they try and force something, there's a good chance that Comp and Trimby can just get even more. So instead, they're trying to open up this top tower, which they'll do. Funnel more gold into 369, but also into Kanavi, another carry threat. Malrang now hovering around. We need to see Larssen roaming from mids to top if they want to try and win this.
Sonic Wave over the wall. Malrang's ready to join. odoamne gets the heal from the wish of Trimby. JDG will not be able to get the Herald into the second turret for another charge. 369 only just now about to get that cooldown back on the Call of the Forge God. So now we turn our attention to bottom lane again. The culling fired out by Hope. Not going to find a ton there, but at least whittles the health bars down a little bit of Comp.
It's so funny. I usually love these games where there is top side carry versus bottom side carry. It's just funny that in this case, it is 369 on the Ornn, the tank, assassin, range DPS, mage, cleric champion that is doing the carrying.
Oh, the root. It's still hit, but they don't have the follow-up to guarantee the kill there onto Yagao. Meanwhile, back in bottom, Trimby still working with a little bit of an injured health bar. Comp continuing to chase these guys forward. There's the Nami ult, there's the bubble, but there goes Hope, and it's Comp getting another one. 369 makes his way into the bottom lane now as Trimby looks to protect the carry. 369 goes in again. The bubble locks him down, but Comp stays alive long enough only to be killed by Kanavi. Malrang and Trimby trying to get away. They will manage to retreat as kills are traded 1 for 1.
It does not matter what 369 plays at this year's World Championship. He will find a way to carry on anything. Game 1, it was Gragas. Game 2, it was Gwen. And Game 3, his Ornn is running amok on the ring.
What a monster, and they're not done yet. Turning their eyes towards the objective here. That's 2v3 as the LeBlanc has mid push and Larssen's on the way.
The ultimate from the Maokai, just barely not enough reach there to stun Kanavi at the end. 369 coming in. We're going to have ourselves a smite fight. Trimby's dead first, and Kanavi's going to get the kill. The Drake is claimed by Rogue, and now odoamne has to try to get away from 369. Kanavi goes over the wall there with the Heartbreaker, but the damage doesn't connect onto the Rogue top laner. Maokai makes his way back underneath the turret, but will it be enough with 369's low health bar? Yes, it will.
Nice little bit of thievery there for Rogue to be able to get the dragon for themselves, and the teleport in, though, might be a teleport into death. Larssen's got to get out of there.
Yeah, Larssen is immediately going to decide against that one as JDG have plenty of manpower down here in the bottom lane. This is going to give Hope a chance to catch up a little bit in the gold. You can see he's down 1,400 compared to his counterpart. Now, with some of the JDG players back, Larssen sees the opportunity to step forward, clear out the wave. Malrang and Trimby, they're going to run right past the control ward there. Larssen's in a lot of trouble. Larssen gets away. The wish heals him back up a little. Malrang's ready to go. Alley-oop! Larssen gets the kill.
Larssen will finally get his first kill of the game. And Hope overextending a little bit down on the bot side of the map. He didn't have the support from the jungle that he typically has. A few mistakes coming out from the AD carry overall, but JDG still lead in terms of gold. Comp has now made his way mid.
Comp is looking for Yagao, who has the stolen Maokai ultimate. He wants to try to get away. The damage pours in, but they don't have enough just yet, but Comp goes forward. However, a TP's ready to show up. They have the silence when he appears. 369's not going to find a whole lot out of this, and Rogue playing around Comp are fighting back in game 3.
This is what they need to do. Comp really is the strongest part of Rogue's composition, and as Larssen secures another tower, we can see that Rogue finally gaining some control on the map, but they're not really converting it into much outside of Dragons. Of course, this is still a very clear win condition, but they're yet to secure Herald so far in this series, and JDG will continue to deny them this objective.
I'd have to say this is for sure the most exciting game of this series by far, with Comp finally getting this advantage over Hope. This 4 kills now onto Kalista. All eyes, look at the clock, 2 minutes 40-something seconds left on the next dragon. This is a very quick pace for your Dragon Soul, exactly what you have to do with this setup from Rogue.
Exactly. My eyes are not only on that dragon clock, but the clock in general. 15 minutes in, the gold is dead even despite the kills that we're getting onto Comp. So I need to see Rogue not slow down. They gotta keep this up. They gotta keep finding windows, and they gotta keep pushing the game forward.
And you wanna know where that gold difference lies? It's the top jungle once again. We saw it from them in game 1. Kanavi and 369, this power duo. Even when they were on the Gragas and the Graves in game 1, they're on champions that can look to carry in a very similar way here in this game. And 369, the best thing from JDG's perspective is Kalista is arguably not the best tank killer. She doesn't really build that many armor penetration items. She can build a lot of Ren stacks up against them, but this Ornn is going to be a menace for Rogue to deal with, especially with only a LeBlanc and a Kalista on their side.
Yeah, and you can already see Larssen, you know, going with the Leandries here, trying to help out somewhat in some of the frontline killing there, because 369 has been all over this map, trying to take his advantage from topside and pick up the rest of JDG to get back into this game.
You think of a roaming top lane carry showing up all over the place. Generally, you think of Fiora, you think of a Jax, you think of one of these fighters, right? One of these main character types, but instead, nope. Just Ornn having a good old walk around Summoner's Rift, showing up to cause some chaos. Comp still mid, Trimby always right beside him. They know that they cannot leave this Kalista vulnerable, ever.
I mean, yeah, you guys saw it on your screen. Kanavi has like the highest gold on the side of JDG. He's almost completed his Blade of the Ruin King. He's in a prime position to be that carry threat once more. And you look at Malrang's itemization, only an Umbral Glaive. Last time, in the last game he was playing this Lee Sin, he was running the Turbo Chem tank. So he's just looking to be that front line, and JDG, they're not slowing down with their aggression.
JDG ready to summon the Herald here in mid lane to take out the tier 1 turret. You saw as Rogue was clearing through the jungle, the Wolf camp, they were all left at 1 HP for Trimby to take them. I believe Rogue is trying to get him his mythic item online in time for this fight, and right there it is. There's the Moonstone.
And look at this sweep here from JDG. Kanavi goes into the jungle before the dragon arrives. 30 seconds before him, JDG sweep away all this vision that Rogue had behind the dragon and replace it with their own wards. Very quickly and nicely done for the setup here. And now JDG setting the stage for the fight over dragon number 3. They really want to deny this stacking from Rogue.
It's really been the name of this series. JDG and their objective setup combined with their team fighting has been unrivaled. It was what allowed them to get the better of Damwon in the group stage, and they're getting the better of Rogue now. But this is the best scene, the shape of Rogue we've seen so far in this series. Let's see if they can get a good fight against the LPL first seed.
It's got to be on Comp to do the damage. Yagal's going to take a little bit of hurt there from Larssen on the bottom side, but Trimby getting caught out here a little bit. Comp saves him there with the ulti, but now that is one of those bailout mechanisms not available for the ensuing fight. 369, keep your eyes on him for the big engage. Comp's going after Hope. Comp thrown up into the air. Comp is down, and JDG make it a double.
369 and Yagal both hit him with those big ults. The Ornn ult and the stolen Maokai ult. Comp gets annihilated, and that means JDG will put a stop to the dragon stacking.
Comp had no flash. There was no ultimate to take Trimby to safety. JDG are just team fighting gods. We talked about the threat of this Sylas when played into the Maokai, and they showed it once again.
Larssen goes over the wall. They don't want to give this away. They shut down the enemy jungler. Malrang looking to secure the Drake now, but he's going to be killed. No junglers, one Drake. JDG still get it.
Oh my goodness, my heart was beating there as every jungler going down. In the end, they pick it up anyways. for JDG. They still get their prize, and the hopes here, it just slips through the fingers of Rogue.
It's the map setup. The difference in terms of JDG's approach to how they control space is just so dramatic, and as well as allowing them to get the edge over Rogue every single time. And until they find a solution to this 369 problem, we're going to keep seeing fights like we see right now.
And you cannot get that close. Comp cannot go that far up into mid lane when you're facing these huge engage ults. It is Maokai stolen ultimate, Nami wave, and Ornn ultimate all over him. So as the AD carry up there very far in the mid lane, JDG see that, they immediately pull the trigger and blow him up.
JDG are so ruthless in the team fights, and they're going to continue to look for opportunities. Frustration really starting to mount on the shoulders of these Rogue players. Of course, this type of situation, Rogue, they have been able to find one reverse sweep against Fnatic earlier on in the year, but this team is not known for their reverse sweeps. With the pressure continuing to mount, and perhaps their world's journey ending, they're going to have to pull out all the stops to have a chance to go toe-to-toe with the LPL first seed.
The pressure continues to mount, and the clock continues to tick forward and forward and forward. Ornn continues to scale. JDG continues to scale. And remember how much we talked about this is all in on early for Rogue. They all in on the early comp. It goes better than any game, any look we've seen for them so far, but they're still down 1,500 gold just about 21 minutes in. Things are looking tricky here for the European team. 369, he sees them go right into the river, and they're ready to go. JDG firing off a tidal wave now from the Nami, but Rogue do a good job disengaging.
Yeah, great silence this time from Trimby. Hits 369 so he can't reactivate the Ornn ultimate and find that pick for themselves. Regardless, though, it's still a split push victory for JDG. Yagao on the bottom side, that Silas gets the tower and gets the wave all the way into secondary.
Rogue have 2 teleports, and they're not leveraging either of them. Yagao has all the time in the world to push this bottom lane all the way in. The top lane is also slowly pushing in their favor. Like, JDG are happy to have Rogue just sit here in mid lane and waste time. And the ultimate from 369, I'm not even sure they were trying to force any fight. They were just trying to look for summoner spells, maybe burn a couple ultimates. Overall, JDG had way more control of the map, and Rogue, they feel like desperation is starting to claw once again. They're kind of looking for that fight that they just can't find.
And it's such a problem because you cannot afford to have a bad call, to have a bad fight. I feel like one more big slip up and they're totally going to lose any sort of a handle, any sort of a chance on this game. So the next moment that happens, it's got to be a good one. Here for the side of Rogue, we still want to see some of that teamwork out of Larson, out of Malrang to find these targets to blow somebody up, but it's just not being dialed in enough as Trimby will be forced back out of his own jungle. Sonic wave from Malrang doesn't hit anybody. And this is where we start to see that JDG vision choke that we've seen twice already today in the previous games.
Exactly. They're setting the stage for the Baron bait. If they can make Rogue funnel into them through these smaller corridors, then guess what? You cannot even dodge Ornn ultimate, Maokai ultimates, Nami waves. There is no more space for you to go for. Rogue trying to make a power push back in to get a little bit of security for themselves.
And while Rogue look to fight for vision, keep your eyes on Yagao. Once again, every time Rogue is somewhere on the map, he's on the opposite side looking to funnel in a little bit more vision. He's now got 2 items fully completed. He also had a bit of an XP advantage over Larson now because he spent so much time in the side lane. Look at how JDG have moved their vision from the top side to the bottom. All the setup for the dragon spawning in 45 seconds. JDG have such a good understanding of how to play the map and basically get Rogue to dance to them.
And Yagao is also playing this side quest to find Maokai, mark him, steal that ulti, now go in and see what you can do. Odoamne tanking up for a long time. Yagao's still here on the front. The bullets fly out, and Rogue tries to get back. Comp is immediately forced to save Trimby yet again, so that spell will not be available when the fight breaks out for the Drake here in 20 seconds. JDG get themselves back. Kanavi still waiting on top of a ward, gonna clear that out now. E2 from Yagao not going to find Malrang. as Comp goes in looking for the damage, but Yagao goes over the wall. Comp is low, but Trimby's able to save him. Larson has no angle into the fight. Kanavi still waiting on the wings, waiting in that smoke, looking for an ambush opportunity as Rogue stay together. Larson jumps in, he snaps right back out. Yagao stealing away the wish now to be able to bait Rogue in a little bit further. We'll see if Rogue can make it happen. Larson goes for the damage! Larson gets Hope, and Rogue have a 5v4. Malrang backing up, 369 jumps in, but now he's silenced. Rogue are on the attack, and 369 is on the retreat. They can't get Kanavi into the fight now either, and JDG have been found out! Larson goes on a rampage, and Rogue go right for the Drake.
When Larson needs to come up clutch, he goes and does it, finding a kill onto Hope. The man was not expecting that electrocute pot to secure that kill, and Rogue now find themselves at soul point.
Larson does it! 4-0 on the LeBlanc. What damage there, following up the second kill onto 369 and securing Rogue the Dragon Soul point.
Absolutely huge for Rogue and huge for Larson. I said I needed to see more of those explosions, more of those tiniest of windows from the Lee Sin, from the LeBlanc, and it's Larson stepping up. It's Larson being the hero here for Rogue at this third game. Let's see it again.
So let's keep your eyes on the positioning of Hope here. Dashes in, lands the QR combo into chains, electrocute proc, and we're back in the fight.
We're back in the fight, but Odoamne is already out of it. It's a pick on the top lane or a pick on the front line. And JDG are now 5v4 and moving onto the Baron. Kanavi is low HP. JDG has to be careful about this. 369 will lead the way. Trimby tries to escape. The Soraka has to be saved again as Comp flashes out. They throw Trimby right back in. They're peeling for Comp as Kanavi is 1v1 against again. How does he keep missing them? Malrang, you can't drop the ball here and now.
He's gonna pay for it. Hope is on the hunt.
Hope's looking for him, and he's gale forced. Malrang getting caught there, but now 369 is forward on his own. Larson again, finding the moments that keep Rogue alive. Kanavi tries to go in. Odoamne's ready to follow. Viego will die, and Comp will get the kill. But now Comp's out of the picture, and JDG one more. Trimby's on the run into the Cloud Drake zone for the speed, but Yagao and 369 are in hot pursuit. Yagao catches up, and Trimby goes down.
So many small mistakes coming out from Rogue, and JDG is very quick to capitalize. If it wasn't for Larson, these fights would be a lot more one-sided. The only good news for Rogue is that JDG can't convert this into anything else. Kanavi falling means that there is no Baron card on the table, but you can see how much of a threat JDG still are in the 5v5.
Larson doing everything he can to drag them further in this series. 10 stacks on his Darksteel, 5 kills here. Death cap is done.
Hope he'll survive on that one. The chain from Larson not connecting. Enemy AD carries at half HP, so Rogue are confident enough to push out the rest of this wave. Larson is just fighting his heart out to stay alive here.
You can see the initial fight. Remember that it was Odoamne that got picked at the start, and Rogue is just trying to run away. Comp basically flashes in a straight line, but the ultimate is good to buy them space. Then we see Malrang. This is an opportunity for a kill, and he misses the Q again. The pressure getting to Malrang. He ends up losing his life off the back of a Gale Force from Hope. And then the fight continues.
Yeah, down through the mid lane, they find the knock-up onto the Soraka, but missing here. Too close of Larson assassinates him. Then on the distortion back, they think they can actually chase him down, and that kind of baits Kanavi in to dying in the end as well. It's just that the further chase through here, with both carries up, Yagao and Hope running behind 369, they can chase forward into the jungle.
Yep, that's a facepalm. That's a rough one there from Malrang. You know how much you want to be able to secure those things, which should be guaranteed with the kick into the queue. But it's now a little bit over 1 minute before we get to what would be the soul if Rogue would get it.
But I will say that what a performance from Larson 2 years ago when he debuted on the international stage. There was so much criticism around him, so much skepticism that he wouldn't be able to compete internationally. And the whole perception around him is that he's only a control mage player. But we might have to stop that point as Malrang, he's setting up for a sneaky play here. He did see Yagao, but he might be too far away from his team.
Yeah, there's no way he can go on Yagao. That is a Silas victory in that 1v1 10 times out of 10. So he's just gonna stay behind enemy lines, stay on the flank. But the problem is, those enemy lines are moving forward.
Okay, I was curious as to where Larson was going. He went to get level 16. Malrang has done this before. He just lies in wait for that perfect opportunity. And with the dragon spawning in 25 seconds, Rogue is looking to contest it.
What he wants is the play onto Hope. Malrang is hoping he can get behind him. The Lee Sin with no flash. That is the target. If you have the patience to wait for it and make the game-saving play,
Larson using the sweeper. As soon as he sees the outline of the ward in the brush, he immediately snaps back to his previous distortion point. Malrang still waiting here. He does not get figured out by the sweeper of JDG. Yagao and Larson here in a 1v1. Larson has to get away, but that's the difference maker for Rogue. That's the guy they need in the big fights. And now Comp and Trimby and Odoamne got to be a little bit more careful. Odo already using the flash, already using the Maokai ulti, but Yagao also used the stolen one.
They still don't know where Malrang is.
Still in the jungle.
he's taking the blue buff. That was the mission all along. And now Kanavi sees, wait a second, what happened to my blue buff? Haha, now you see him, now you don't.
Malrang finally exfiltrates the hot zone, but JDG will earn themselves control over the river, control over the Drake, and they will stop the soul stack of Rogue. 30 minutes into the game, 2,000 gold is all that separates the two teams.
Oh my word. It's incredibly tense, but it feels as though JDG is very quickly reclaiming control over the map. They have the gold lead, a small one, but they have it. The levels are matching with their opposition. The items are really starting to come through. Yagao is looking for a play. He knows that Larson doesn't have flash, whereas he does have that advantage. And hitting that level 16 himself, he is feeling confident. JDG is in a position in the game where they know they can rely on their incredible team fighting talents.
Yeah, JDG reclaiming the map, but not that blue buff, though.
Not that blue buff, that is quite right.
Not that part.
Malrang has had enough buffs stolen from him in one series that he will get something back.
All right, Rogue digging in, trying to defend. There's no Drake to play for 4 minutes, but the Baron's alive on the map. And JDG move into the blue side jungle of Rogue to control this vision, control this area. They've swept out everything. They've placed wards of their own. And 369, he's just a big old worm on a hook. He's trying to bait him into maybe going in after him, but they'll know better. Teleport coming in now for the side of JDG, so they can all group up mid and be ready to go. Calling flies out. Ornn ulti goes. Comp with the save into the stasis, into the flash to get away. The wish goes out. Rogue is in trouble. The damage continues, and Kanavi gets the kill on Comp. Trimby wants to try to save Odoamne, but he cannot do it. A double kill back over to Kanavi, and JDG have found 3.
You just cannot out-team fight JDG. If they are alive, they will find a way to outplay you, and they do it once again. The base is beginning to fall, and JDG is looking to make it to the semifinals.
JDG on the victory march. It is Larson and Malrang against them all. Yagao goes in for Larson. He won't be able to find the kill, but he knocks him low enough that he can't defend. Malrang gets picked up. Kanavi will not die. Nexus turrets fall, and the #1 seed of the LPL will eliminate the #1 seed of the LEC, and JDG will clean sweep Rogue out of Worlds.
JDG continue to leverage on what has made them so strong over the last few months. Their ability to team fight seems uncontested, and Rogue did not stand a chance.
And even further than that, the early jungle plans coming out every game here from Kanavi, playing off of 369's dominance and off of this bottom lane's dominance in the first 2 games, really, really well coordinated at every stage of the game.
And I gotta say, the top gap, the jungle gap, were very evident in this series. 369 solo killing Odoamne in the tank versus tank matchup in the top lane here in this one. So many plays, so many good decisions coming out from Kanavi, and Malrang not able to keep up when things got intense. It was JDG proving that they were the superior team. The frustration on Rogue, you know they wanted to have a good showing here against JDG. They fought so hard in that third game. It looked so much better than the first two. Comp finding the advantages in bottom. Larson finding the picks in the mid game to keep them alive. But it wasn't enough.
It really was a statement game for Larson. I've never seen him play like that. He was so aggressive, he was so confident in his own abilities. And while they do end up falling short today, there's a lot for these players to be proud of. Rogue, they're a roster that has consistently been underrated. The fact that they're able to win the LEC title was something that no one really believed. And as Europe's first seed, they couldn't overcome the LPL's first seed, but they still had a very strong show.
Rogue will take their final bow of the World's 2022 stage. This will be as far as they go. But for JDG, for the LPL, it was a big win, and they look scary for whoever faces them next.
Let me congratulate JDG on making the semi-finals for the first time for this organization. Huge accomplishment for them. And the sign right there, he was right. It's 999, absolute dominance from this guy. How can he be so good on so many different types of champions, so versatile, and yet still so dominant?
Incredibly talented player. We only saw strong performances throughout this series, and I think that, you know, it was something when we were speaking to Azael, he was talking about how, like, this side of the bracket feels like it's just stacked with talented top laners. And again, JDG feels like one of the favorites to win the whole thing. They continue to demonstrate why they are considered such a strong team. And while I was skeptical about some of their early game performances, to me, Kanavi, as you highlighted, really did step up today and was crucial to the success of this roster's success.
As you can see on the damage charts, as expected, Ornn, #1 on the side of JDG. He absolutely earned it, demolishing the matchup himself, then also trying to roam around the map and help out every other lane to get their game plan right back and focused.
The only person to top the Ornn's damage was Larson on the LeBlanc, trying to find all those insta-kills, trying to make it happen. But JDG's team fighting, Vedius, you kept praising it, and for good reason. They were always ready to fight, they're always ready to skill check you, and their skills were just superior.
Yeah, they certainly were. I think that while we did see some highlights in the bot side of the map, we got to see what Comp was capable of. We got to see what Larson was capable of. It just wasn't enough in the face of the LPL first seed.
Well, if you guys cannot make it to the San Francisco finals, you can still watch on the big screen with friends and family at one of the 600 theaters and counting near you. Use the QR code below, I got it right this time, to purchase your tickets. And now, with the series concluded, we are joining Shox and JDG's Hope on stage for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much. Under a very loud applause for what was a fantastic matchup as well coming out of JDG. So Hope, first question, a clean 3-0 in your quarterfinal. Why was it that you were just so much stronger than Rogue today?
那首先恭喜你们获得本场比赛的胜利，而且是非常干净利落的3比0。所以在今天的对局当中，为什么你们可以面对肉哥展现出如此强的统治力呢？
就是我们训练赛准备的比较充分吧，然后大家今天状态比较好。
So we really practice a lot in the scrims, and we've made the fully preparations. And also for today's, I think we're on a very high note.
We saw the Lucian Nami priority out of Rogue, and then you decided to take it for yourself in the last game. Why did you decide that it was your turn?
那也想问一下一个下路的对局，其实前2局肉哥也是有拿出一个卢锡安娜美的下路组合，在最后你们也是选下了这样的一个下路的搭档，所以说你为什么会在第3局来选下这一对组合呢？
因为就是卢锡安娜美这个英雄，只要前面不是很劣势的话，中期站在中路就会比较有用嘛，然后就是还是挺有优先级的一个项目。
I feel like for Lucian Name this falling, if they didn't in a disadvantage from the early game, then we just can put them in the mid lane in the mid game, so they can be quite useful and play a very huge role. I believe we would like to put Lucian Nami on very good priority.
Okay, fantastic. Of course, it was tricky today, the fact that you couldn't play with your mid laner Yagao, but I did notice that you were celebrating his birthday yesterday very carefully, of course. Can you tell me about trying to get Yagao's spirits up before the quarterfinal today?
那其实今天也是比较遗憾，高子哥没有和你们一起在赛场上，就是在现场来征战嘛。但是呢，像昨天你们也是一起有为牙膏选手的生日，然后一起来小小的稍微远隔屏幕，然后庆祝了一下。所以说今天是怎么样带着他的这样的一份精神，然后来打比赛的？
就是3比0吧，做给他作为他的生日礼物吧。
So this 3-0 will be the birthday gift for Yagao.
When it comes to your next opponents, you could be going up against RNG or T1. Which team would have your preference and why?
在接下来半决赛当中，你们也是有可能会面对到 RNG 或者是 T1嘛，所以说 Hope 想要遇到谁？为什么？
想遇到 RNG 吧，想和他们携手晋级，因为大家都是 LPL 队伍。
To face against RNG, and we would like to just go further together because we are all from LPL.
Lovely. Final question, Hope. In terms of your personal story, you, of course, after EDG, there were maybe question marks about what the rest of your career would look like. You are doing fantastic so far, but are you satisfied? And what would you like to show at this World Championship?
那其实，在 EDG 之后。可能很多人会对Hope选手的职业生涯有一个小小的问号，但是呢，你在这个舞台上毫无疑问展现出了一个绝佳的竞技力，所以说也想问一下，你对自己目前的一个竞技力还满意吗？想要在这个舞台上展现出怎样的一个面貌呢？
说实话不太满意吧，就还有很多没做好的地方，就是希望后面能再加强。
To be honest, I'm not that satisfied with my performance currently. There's so many parts that I still need to make some improvements on.
Okay, well, we will follow your journey. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Hope and Wendy. Thank you very much. And all the LPL fans who are very happy for JDG, as we can hear. But we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's World Cooldown.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Behind 21 epic days of epicness. Behind 1 billion hours of dropped jaws. Behind every match, every broadcast, every moment at League of Legends World Championship 2022 is the network capable of making it all happen. The Cisco Network, aka The Realm. Cisco, powering the future of esports.
What's up, everyone, and welcome back to Worlds 2022. JDG made it a quick day for all of us, completing the sweep in 3-0 fashion. What a performance they put on. While there was quite a bit of fight out of Rogue in this third and final game, it just felt like at almost no point in this series did JDG get put in an ultra uncomfortable position.
They're just a cut above. They're built different. LPL is scary every single international event, and I feel like the gap is not closing anymore. It's actually widening. I feel like, you know, if you look at the West or Europe over the last few years, semifinals, finals back-to-back, even last year, quarterfinals with the Mad Lions, who then got 3-0'd by Damwon, I believe it was. So now it's Rogue coming into the quarterfinals, getting 3-0'd as well. So it's definitely been a tough last few years for the West.
I think the big thing about this game, though, is that they did get a foot in the door, right? Like, they did.
Very true.
We did see that early game that we kind of had wanted to see with this 2v2 kill that's going to come out for Comp and Trimby. And this is kind of what I wanted to see from Rogue in terms of, okay, how are they going to be able to overcome JDG, or at least get into the point where maybe they won't be able to team fight their way back. I said it started with Malrong, but this double kill obviously set them ahead as well.
And it hasn't been unusual at Worlds to actually see the bot lane for JDG go behind, but it's the top side of the map that is always bringing JDG back into it. Kanavi looking good on this. Viego, 369 having an absolutely incredible performance, and even Yago as well looking phenomenal on this this Silas. It just felt like even though the bot lane fell behind, you still had this triple threat that was moving around and picking people off on Rogue.
Yeah, for me, like, absolutely. It's the top side, and in particular, I do want to call out 369 coming out right here with that knockup. He is someone that previously, I think, people were super critical of not being able to play tanks as well, maybe only being a carry player, not positioning in lane and getting caught out because he'd shove so far forward and play very, very aggressively. And in these team fights, he was an absolute monster. So, like, I can't stress enough how cool it's been to watch him evolve into this incredibly well-rounded player for JDG.
And we haven't even seen his sign yet.
Yeah, and it wasn't even just team fights. It was solo kills in the lane as well. This guy was just popping off from the top side. Bot lane was losing. The top side manages to carry through. I mean, you even had a game state where Rogue's carries were sitting at 3-4 items, looked really strong. They never gave Larson a flank. They never really thought about giving Malrang a flank either. Every single time he was sitting in that bush for 30 seconds, upwards of a minute. Kanavi knew something was up.
Kanavi, yeah. I'm a big fan of, no, I mean, and we will get to 369 and his impact, particularly in this third game, in just a moment. Before we did that, I do want to give a nod to one of the Rogue players in Larson, who definitely showed quite a bit of fight in this third game. He also made every second count, thanks to reliable Cisco network, as we know. And in this fight, he makes every second count on the LeBlanc, putting on a heroic performance to find a snipe early on onto the Lucian and to carry it through for a second kill in this teamfight skirmish mid-game.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where you think back to Perks against RGE, where he manages to one-shot Uzi, you know, and maybe this was like a sign of light, a sign of life for Rogue, where maybe they can find some objective, go towards Baron, but I think it netted them 2 kills overall as 369 dies as well to give Larson the double, but yeah, turn it into a Drake, but not a big enough lead to push JDG back.
This was, as an LPL guy, where I got nervous. When I saw that pick going across, and the fact JDG weren't really backing down, they still wanted to go for the fight. I was like, okay, this is where it turns. This is where we push ourselves to a game 4, and Larson putting on heroics there to try and get that to happen. But it was just unfortunate that when you have an Ornn that's as big as 369 is, that makes it very, very difficult then for you to actually carry as a LeBlanc.
Right, and that's the thing. It's like, it's great to see you get that kill, and again, as you mentioned, probably the biggest sign of hope in that game. But when you consider all the work that 369 had done up to that point, yes, he falls down in that skirmish, but his lead was just monstrous, K-Draw. I mean, he gets our 1+ OP player of the game for his performance in this one, because as you mentioned, it's an Ornn versus Maokai matchup, and the Ornn is solo killing his opponent and building a 30+ CS lead in the first 8 minutes of the game.
It's the entirety of the series. The 369's been so consistent. He had a little bit of faults on Gwen in the game 2, a little bit early on, getting ganked and dying, but he was never really falling behind, and yeah, gets a solo kill top, gets really far ahead on Ornn, even gets a Herald up in his lane, and he's one of those players where I think we can set him apart against most top laners and say he is so versatile. 999.
There
he
it
can
is.
play. He can play carries. He can last pick. He can blind pick tanks. He can do absolutely anything, and he'll always roll a 9.
Well, okay, and this is something we haven't even really gotten into just yet when it comes to this series, is different looks in each game, draft-wise, right? And so that's what really concerns me for anybody who has to go up against JDG from this point forward, is you've seen many different looks. You've seen everything from the farming graves for Kanavi to something that's a little bit more gank-oriented, or even the Viego playing for late. You've got the Talia look. You've got the carry tops that we know are in the back pocket of 369, while he's still happy to play the Gragas and the Ornn that he was put on this time around. It's just, I don't understand now how do you take enough things away from JDG to get a winning position.
And that's why it feels so hard playing against JDG, because they are not only like a triple threat, they're a quad threat, right? Because you can add Kanavi into the mix. And even when 369 is on Ornn, apparently he's a threat because he did the most damage on JDG as well. So I think this is where this is where it becomes so difficult. It feels like even though Hope and Missing at times have fumbled, there's still the top half of the map is so strong to bring it back. Even if you try to focus 369, well, then we saw in game 2 where Kanavi just plays down towards bot side, Hope pops off, and then you're still stuck in the mud. And so it just feels like it's so difficult to actually figure out how to analyze, draft, play against these guys when there's just so many different ways to access the map.
Yeah, I was going to say, and the best example of that is game 2 versus game 3, and looking at Rogue's draft, how similar it was both times. But instead of last picking a Gwen, they just last pick an Ornn, right? So it changes the versatility of the comp. You can then play weak side top, play for your strong side bot. Bot even loses. The Ornn is the one who's getting all the resources, right? But even in a game stage where you pick a carry there, you can play for top, you can play for bot. You have a plethora of options. Yagao can play mages, he can play roaming champs like the Talia. He can go to 4-5, giving over Azir first picks, giving over Orianna Victor bans, and he's absolutely fine. So it's a very hard team to draft up against, whereas the West, whereas Rogue, Fnatic, G2, all of these European teams came into the tournament with tank top, early game jungler, and then just hyper carries.
And I think that's why we'll continue to see Kanavi playing for these carry junglers, right? Because even then when Hope Missing falls behind, even if they've got 369 at tank and top side, they just feed Kanavi, right? Even if Kanavi's continuously going top side, if you think back to EG game 1 of the tournament, that's where they actually set Kanavi up to be that big carry on the Viego again, and he was the one that actually carried that game through. So I think we'll continue to see that as we go on.
That's where Yagao, as I'm holding the
Toothpaste Gaming.
That's where Yagao, I think, has been really important. And another player that I want to highlight as someone who not just played well in the series, but has evolved a lot as a player. It used to be that people would be really critical of him, myself included, for only being able to play like a certain amount of champions. And the fact that they can now play mid-jungle both ways, right? Like typically when we see teams, we either see jungle playing for mid, like, or mid playing for jungle, right? So, but they can do that either way. They can set Yagao up to be the carry, or they can set Kanavi up to be the carry, and or they can have both of them affecting the side lanes. And it's such, I think, a really underrated almost facet of why JDG has been so successful.
I definitely agree. And just to play devil's advocate, just to find some kind of flaw in this almost perfect team that we've been praising so well. Moving forwards in the tournament, I think the one thing they have to be careful of is bot lane. Lane phase has been a little bit shaky in the tournament, right? Up against Rogue's bot lane here, struggling. Even that first game you were just talking about against EG, where they died 2v2 in that game as well. I think Hope and Missing have been great in team fights. Hope's been very reliable when he's ahead. We've seen that against Damwon. But if they have any weakness whatsoever, any chink in the armor, I think it's going to be bot lane phase.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just glancing over because we actually have the bracket over there. So knowing they can't run into Genji until the finals, that's an example of a bot lane that I would be very curious to see how it shakes out. Exactly, something like that. Of course, their opportunities are going to be either T1 or Royal Never Give Up next, and that's where I am curious. Do you think that those are the kinds of teams or bot lanes that could kind of blow open maybe that hole in JDG?
I don't think it's just about a bot lane thing. I think it's about a team that can take those early leads and actually transition them into good team fighting as well. Because what we've seen is JDG heavily fall behind in the early stages and then rely on just really good team fighting to bring it back around Dragons. So I think when you're playing against a team like RGE that can match that team fighting, a team like T1 that can take those advantages and actually use them as well, that's where I actually do start to get nervous for JDG. I think that can definitely be something that could throw a wrench into the works.
In particular, you need a team that's also able to counter a lot of the stuff that JDG does for damage mitigation, right? So like if they are losing on one side of the map, it's not necessarily that they are getting advantages elsewhere in lane, but where it becomes really apparent to me is that even when their opponents will have a positive play, they are always very thoughtfully thinking about where they can go next, right? Like the Talia taking mid-tier 2 when Rogue are actually able to get the better of them in a team fight topside, stuff like that, where I think you even saw that when they did have these really shaky early games against other teams in their group, is that they were able to do very thoughtful things to make sure that their players were staying in the game until they could get to those team fights.
Yeah. And I think it's really interesting to see, especially like if you look at the difference in their vision control when they are actually falling behind, because especially if they kind of get to a mid game where they're very much struggling, they'll very quickly put on mass into a top side. They'll like overload that side of the map. They get a ton of vision down, and you'll just see Kanavi continuously just camp out these brushes over and over again, just playing off a little bit of advantage, and then seeing if you can pick people off from it. And that's oftentimes how JDG get back into a game.
All right, good looks for JDG today, and as they move forward, unfortunately, Rogue has been eliminated. But Shox is grabbing a few final words from Larson and Odo in our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Larson and Odo after the last page of Rogue has been written at this World Championship. Yeah, Larson, can I get your first reactions on the match today to start us off, maybe?
I felt like we could definitely beat them if we were like a bit better. I felt like all games were very winnable, but we were lacking like fundamentals today. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely felt that we could beat them, but obviously we got fucked 3-0. Yeah, I mean, I didn't feel like it was unwinnable. That's the sad part, because I felt like if we played a little bit better, we could beat them. Yeah, it sucks to have the year ending here, because we make it this far. You don't want the journey to stop.
No.
You just want to keep going. But yeah, our journey ends here.
You always want to show more, right, Odo? Is that in line with how you experienced the series?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I felt like all 3 games were like lost in like, you know, small fundamental mistakes. I mean, first game, I think our third Drake setup was bad. Game 2, we didn't cover a dive both in time, and game 3, I kind of messed up myself, you know. And I don't know, it's just like their fundamentals are just really on point, you know. And I don't know, like, I think we played good. I think we played fine. It's just, I mean, you're just not as good as them, you know. It's just that's the harsh reality, yeah.
Yeah, this is a very harsh reality. Larson, you said super sad for it to end here. And if you look at the perspective of the year, though, it's been really fantastic for Rogue. And I think me as a fan of you guys for so long, it's been great to see the championship, the run here at Worlds, and the fantastic games that you did have. How do you look back, if you can, in this moment, of course, to kind of all that you've been able to achieve this year?
Yeah, we had a completely insane year. When we started the year, there was a lot of people who didn't think we would make playoffs in LEC. And then we ended up going to final, then winning a final, and going to quarterfinals in Worlds. But that's the sad part, because I felt like we had such a special team this year, like a very special team. So I felt like we could go even further. Yeah.
Well, do you feel the same way, that there was something special in the air in the team, and that's why the year was as good as it was?
Yeah, I think it's the first time, you know, when I go on stage with a team and it feels like, you know, no matter who you play against, you feel like undefeatable, you know. And also the first time where, you know, I feel like my team compared to scrims were just like insane on stage, you know. And I never had this, and I don't know, it's just like merit to all of my teammates, you know. I feel like everyone has just stepped up massively throughout the whole year to, you know, play our best, especially because we are like, you know, doubted, and everyone was like hungry to prove something. And yeah, I mean, I couldn't be any more proud of, you know, my teammates for this year. I feel like they created something special for me, and for like us as a group, we are very special to each other, I think. And yeah, I mean, it was an incredible year, you know. It just sucks to lose like this 6 games in a row, and you know, it's hard to look back at this year and be proud, you know, when it ends like this. So
I understand that, but just know that we are very proud of you guys and everything you showed us this year, and very hopeful towards the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Nothing but respect for both Odo and Larson, as well as the rest of Rogue. 1, for taking the interview. 2, for the fight that they put up here at the World Championship. And while moments like these World Championships are built on heartbreak every step of the way until one team and only one team gets to celebrate and hoist that trophy at the end, I understand that it stings tremendously for that squad right now. What I hope that they can reflect on, though, as a team, is that they did give the West hope that they did put up an incredible performance throughout this tournament. Surprised so many based on the expectation, the history that was just outlined by both Shocks and the guys themselves.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's growth for the organization internationally, especially seeing as they didn't get out of groups last year. And if you consider teams like G2, they started off very shaky as well. There was years where they never actually got out of groups. They had high highs of things like the MSI finals, but they also had low lows of also getting knocked out of groups. So it's a case of growth and building upon these foundations. You know, you think of Larson now, who's gone to Worlds again. He's got a lot of experience. He showed a fantastic game as well. Comp had a highlight year, was bench last year, right? So there's a lot of positives. In the moment, it's
You're not
horrible.
thinking about any of those things at the moment.
Yeah, you can see Odo Amne's on the brink of tears there, right? You have to feel for them. Everyone will go through that at a World Championship, especially in a knockout stage.
Hopefully, with some space, some time, they'll be able to reflect on this showing a little bit more fondly. But as their aspirations, unfortunately, must be set aside for the World Championship in this year, we look forward to 7 teams still in the running for that trophy. It's JDG who will be our first semi-finalist, and they await the winner of T1 versus Royal Never Give Up. That series will take place tomorrow. A banger. Guaranteed. But then the bottom side of the bracket, which we'll see this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, Gen G versus Damwon Kia, a regional matchup before DRX and Edward Gaming close out our stay here in New York City.
Oh, all bangers.
Yeah,
T1 RNG is a classic.
Like, it might be heresy to say this, but I'm so looking forward to the LCK. But like, that looks like a finals, like a mini finals to start things off. I'm so hyped for that.
I mean, again, the remaining 7 teams, I think, were the ones that everyone targeted, you know, coming out of the group stage and just going like, any of them. Again, any of them could make the run to the finals, and it would be reasonable. Yes, there are favorites within those 7, but I wouldn't bat an eye at any of the remaining teams ultimately winning the Summoners Cup.
And the funniest thing is the 2 teams that are probably bottom of that list is DRX, who's like on an insane surge, and EDG.
The defending world champions!
Yeah. But they're actually below teams like T1 RNG and Gen G, right?
If you saw EDG sometimes this year, I'm telling you.
Right, so can I press you?
Understand.
Can I press y'all on that? Like, is it just a holdover from the domestic showing? Like, have they not assuaged whatever concerns you might have had with what they've put up at the tournament so far? Emily, I'll go to you first, then Dagda, please follow.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is. I also think it's like these 2 teams, specifically when we're talking about DRX and EDG, they are both coming off of just having some shaky domestic performances. So anyone's watched them domestically is obviously going to have that in mind and be thinking like, okay, you know, is Zeka going to be allowed to get his champions?
Akali.
Yeah, exactly.
And Silas.
And Silas.
Yeah,
Silas too.
You're right.
But like, and with EDG, and not to get too far into the matchup thing, but the most interesting thing to me is the bot lane, right? Because DRX in particular have shown really creative looks in terms of how they want to deal with pushing bot lanes. And then on the other side, you have Mako, who wants to slam down that tier 1 turret as fast as possible.
Baby,
so
I like it. Whet the appetite.
Great.
That's Sunday.
Yeah.
That's a Sunday series. So you got some time to wait. Go ahead, Dagda.
Yeah, I think the other one for me is just like, when you look at EDGs in particular, they're coming off domestically not looking so strong, but even the first 2 games here at Worlds weren't particularly strong either.
Right.
So I think that's where I want to see more consistency from this team before I'm able to fully rally behind them. But definitely I think Scout's having a good time. I think Viper and Mako are having a great time. The question mark for me is just how that top lane continues to perform. If they're good, they could win it a second time.
Fair enough. I also think people, of course, and reasonably knock them for the 2nd place group finish versus the 1st place group finish. And I think it was in the middle of week 2, we kind of looked at some statistics of future champions or champions of that year and where they had finished in groups. And the majority of eventual world champions are first at the end of their group stage. A few
last
second
year,
place.
EDG,
and one of them,
second to T1.
Exactly.
Second to T1 again. So
there
who
it
knows?
is. One of them is EDG. So we'll see if they can repeat here on the world stage, but we'll have to wait a few days to see them in action. Tomorrow we get T1 versus RNG. It was an early night for us here in New York City. Make sure you get your rest because we've got 3 more days of action coming your way. For now, that's going to do it for us. So on behalf of myself, the casters, the entire broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you tomorrow for more Worlds. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.
Players and fans around the globe, let's hear it one more time as we kick off the knockout stage. Rogue versus JDG.
Trimby has managed to sneak into the brush.
Oh, Trimby's ready to go with the ulti coming out, and once again, there's no hope for hope.
I'm dead, but I think you can go or not. Guys, Talia is coming to you. I think we're trolling.
Oh, we're giga trolling.
Okay, look on a...
Just run if you can.
No, try to help.
Go play up, just go play up.
Take down, we're fine. It's okay.
Comp coming in with the calling, over onto the side, but it ain't gonna do a whole lot. Drake, but at what cost? Odoamne dies, Malrang dies, it's bullets for dinner!
It was really good. Everyone is so good with comms and everything. It was really clean.
Yeah, I think we can win.
Yeah. Wow. For sure.
Yeah, wow. She believes that there is one.
Valorant saying that.
Nice. HP, Malrang's coming down to try to stop this, but Trimby's gonna be jumped on first. 100 HP remaining. He's killed. They're both killed. Wynn is immune, looking to walk out, but she gets caught at the very edge of her own zone. 369, he's down. And Odoamne trying to retreat now as they'll find Kanavi as well. JDG is looking to end game 2. They go straight on in. They'll claim Malrang, and Larson tries to escape underneath the turret. It won't matter. Nexus falls far. Hold on now. Comp's at 100 HP, but Comp got first blood 2v2. Trimby lands a slow, and Ho has none. A double kill to the Rogue AD carry. Eyes on him for the big engage. Comp's going after Hope. Comp thrown up into the air. Comp is down, and JDG making a double. We'll see if Rogue can make it happen. Larson goes for the damage. Larson gets Hope. Bowling flies out. Horn ulti goes. Comp with the save into the stasis, into the flash to get away. The wish goes out. Rogue is in trouble. The damage continues, and Kanavi gets the kill on Comp. Trimby wants to try to save Odoamne, but he cannot do it. A double kill back over to Kanavi, but he knocks him low enough that he can't defend. Malrang gets picked up. Kanavi will not die. Nexus turrets fall, and the #1 seed of the LPL will eliminate the #1 seed of the LEC, and JDG will clean sweep Rogue out of Worlds.